Chapter 28. In a mountain range outside the sealing dragon abyss, in a small valley, a group of youths gathered. They were all dressed in white with a sun pattern embroidered on their sleeves. Their leader was also dressed in white, the only difference being that his sleeves were embroidered with gold. However, the most eye-catching part of him was the faint scar on his face. The scar was already very faint, almost disappearing, but this youth could still feel the burning pain on his face, just like before. Especially when there was someone in front of him staring straight at the scar on his face, Chow Yuan-long could only feel the pain from the wound that had long since disappeared. Behind Chow Yuan-long, the group of Sun Saint sect disciples all lowered their heads, eyes to their noses, nose to heart, maintaining their silence. The youth who had previously been whipped by Yin Zhaoge with a bamboo branch did not even dare to breathe loudly. In front of them stood a man dressed in white, expressionlessly looking at them. The white-clothed man's true age was not too old, around 25 or 26 years old. However, he had a large beard, giving him a rough and powerful appearance. His voice was also very rough. "Do you have her whereabouts?" Chow Yuan-long said. "Outside the sealing dragon abyss, someone saw her in the Luliao Mountains." The white-clothed man nodded. Chow Yuan-long continued. "I just received news that junior apprentice Sister Meng also left the clan and came over here. Junior apprentice Sister Meng doesn't need to worry about her." The white-clothed man's expression did not change, but his tone suddenly changed. "You were beaten into this state by that Yin Zhaoge alone." Chow Yuan-long was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "This time it was this one's loss. This one has nothing to say. This humiliation, I will personally avenge it in the future." A young disciple glanced at Chow Yuan-long and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother Xiao, are you going to?" The bearded white-clothed man snorted. "Naturally, I'm going to meet Yin Zhaoge first." He grinned. Of the current 4 young masters, this broad-creed young master is the weakest. But now that he's not even in the outer aura realm, he can actually beat junior apprentice brother Chow to this state. This is really unexpected. Chow Yuan-long's face darkened, not saying anything. The other Sun Saint sect disciples all had expressions of anticipation on their faces. "Senior apprentice brother Xiao, are you going to make a move?" The person before him was named Xiao Shun. He was much older than Chow Yuan-long and had been cultivating for much longer than Chow Yuan-long. Currently, his cultivation was also much higher than Chow Yuan-long's, and he was already an outer or a late-stage martial scholar. Like Chow Yuan-long, they were all top geniuses of the Sacred Sun clan. Within their respective age groups and cultivation levels, they stood at the very top. The only difference was that, although Chow Yuan-long was a genius, he did not have much of a background. It was only because his elders saw that he was outstanding that they put in a lot of effort to cultivate him. Like Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shun's grandfather was a grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan, a veteran martial grandmaster peak expert. The current generation's 4 young masters, in addition to their own outstanding talents, were also people with outstanding family backgrounds. The son of the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, known as the world-illuminating young master, was known alongside the broad-creed young master Yin Zhaoge as one of the current era's 4 young masters. Because he was from the same sect as the world-illuminating young master, Xiao Shun did not enter the ranks of the 4 young masters. This had always been a sore point for Xiao Shun. He usually found Yin Zhaoge, the youngest of the 4, to be an eyesore. However, due to the length of time he had spent cultivating and his age, the one competing with Yin Zhaoge had always been Chow Yuan-long. On the contrary, due to his cultivation level, he could not make a move. The so-called broad-creed young master was only a joke in the past. Xiao Shun smiled coldly. "From the looks of it now, I seem to have underestimated him. You guys continue to help me find people. When there are definite results, I will not be lacking in any of the things I promised. I'll go to overlooking Abyss City and see how much Yin Zhaoge actually weighs." After the interrogation, Yin Zhaoge remained in overlooking Abyss City. From time to time, he would enter the sealing dragon abyss, borrowing the chaotic streams of baleful qi within to cultivate and temper his aura qi. Other than cultivating in the sealing dragon abyss, Yin Zhaoge did not relax, even when he was in overlooking Abyss City. Within the secluded room, Yin Zhaoge stood on the ground and assumed a fist stance. His entire aura immediately changed. His posture looked a little comical, resembling that of a large ape. However, Yin Zhaoge's entire body emanated a vicious, bloody aura. The muscles on his body bulged, and the large tendons beneath them pulsed nonstop, resembling a suppressed, enraged dragon that was thrashing about. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient demonic ape, incomparably ferocious. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. The Six Spirits' demonic fist is indeed a good martial art. The Six Spirits' demonic fist was one of the peak martial arts stored within the Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. It originated from the observation of 6 powerful demonic beasts and was created. Afterwards, it gradually evolved into a secret martial art of the demonic Tao. 6 fist techniques, any one of them was an incredible martial arts technique. Yin Zhaoge's current body had already reached the martial scholar realm, transforming his inner chi into aura chi, and even reaching the late inner aura stage. However, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, the foundation he had laid down during his body refinement realm still had room for improvement. Therefore, he had specifically chosen the Six Spirits' demonic fist to retrain his muscles and bones. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Ever since his second transmigration to this world and becoming the new owner of this body, Yin Zhaoge had always been doing this kind of training. Chao Yuanlong, who had always been on par with his body's original owner, had now been beaten like a dead dog by the current Yin Zhaoge. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather that Yin Zhaoge's improvements were all round. Not only were his sword techniques more exquisite, his horizons more profound, his body's foundation had also become stronger. Having finished practicing the mighty ape demonic fist, Yin Zhaoge's figure changed as he assumed another stance. With a low snort, Yin Zhaoge's entire body's muscles tightened. Beneath his skin, countless large tendons twisted together, propping up his skin, causing his originally tough skin to become even stronger. This was another Six Spirits' demonic fist. The Spirit Rhino demonic fist originated from the ancient demonic beast, the primordial giant rhinoceros. Its defensive power was unparalleled under the heavens. After the Spirit Rhino demonic fist, it transformed into the ocean stabilizing fist. Yin Zhaoge sat cross-legged on the ground, not moving an inch, resembling a statue. However, the ground beneath him was strangely shaking, as if it had suddenly turned into a water surface. The water surface suddenly became still, causing one to be unable to fathom it. It was as if a giant tortoise, with its 4 heavenly pillar-like legs stepping into the sea, were like 4 sea stabilizing divine needles, firmly stabilizing the waves within 10,000 miles, not allowing them to move at all. Although this giant tortoise seemed to possess immense power, its temperament was abnormally gentle, like a monk in meditation, extremely patient and not ostentatious at all. Having trained in the ocean stabilizing fist, Yin Zhaoge stood up and changed his stance. The mighty ape demonic fist that he had previously trained in was fierce and violent, resembling gales and blazing fires, tsunamis and mountains collapsing, walking the path of extreme yawn. But now his fist technique was small and nimble, his fingers moving like spinning silk, like the wind and willow, walking the path of extreme yin. The Heavenly Snake King fist was also one of the 6 spirit demonic fists. When Yin Zhaoge attacked, his arms twisted inwards, combining with his breathing, letting out a hissing sound, resembling a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. It wasn't that Yin Zhaoge was intentionally imitating it. The sound was completely natural. As Yin Zhaoge trained in the house, it was as if a giant snake had been raised within the house, constantly letting out hissing sounds. Also, these hissing sounds were not born from surging aura chi, but were instead purely emitted by the fleshly body. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge was not using his aura chi in the slightest, as he was purely tempering his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. After consecutively going through a few fist techniques, Yin Zhaoge stopped, but did not rest, instead sitting cross-legged on the ground once more. Chapter 29. Yin Zhaoge's expression was relaxed as his entire body's aura qi surged, beginning to show signs of emanating from within. Advancing from inner aura grandmaster to outer aura grandmaster was a huge hurdle. It was like a chasm that many martial artists in the late inner aura stage were stuck at, unable to advance for a long time. For some people, the time it took for them to break through from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage was even longer than the time it took them to break through from the early inner aura stage to the late inner aura stage. Corresponding to the difficulty of breaking through was a substantial increase in strength. To a martial practitioner like Yin Zhaoge, breaking through from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage was not only an increase in his own strength, it also signified that he would be able to wield mid-grade artifacts as he pleased. An inner aura grandmaster could wield a low-grade precious weapon with ease, but using a mid-grade precious weapon was like a martial artist in the body refining realm using a low-grade precious weapon. It was difficult for them to bring out the precious weapon's full strength. Yin Zhaoge naturally did not lack mid-grade artifacts. Therefore, to Yin Zhaoge, breaking through to the outer aura martial scholar realm would not only increase his own strength, but also greatly increase his overall battle prowess with his artifact. It had already been quite some time since his second transmigration, but Yin Zhaoge had still remained in the inner aura martial scholar realm. It wasn't that he couldn't break through. To the current Yin Zhaoge, there were plenty of ways to resolve the bottlenecks and difficulties of his body's original owner, and there wasn't just a single one of them. As long as he was willing, he could do it at any time. Still, Yin Zhaoge still patiently sorted through the various scriptures stored within his mind before making deductions based on the actual situation he was currently in. It was all for the sake of obtaining the most perfect result, while also paving the way for future developments. Now that everything was basically ready, there was no need to wait any longer. He could break through whenever he wanted. It all depended on his mood. As Yin Zhaoge sat quietly on the ground, the air within the entire room seemed to have completely solidified as the dust on the ground seemed to be suppressed by something, unable to even float by. At this moment, the acupoints all over his body seemed to have a life of their own, opening and closing like a person breathing. Every breath he took was filled with a sense of rhythm. As he breathed, a mist-like aura arose from his acupoints. The frequency of his breathing became longer and longer. Often, it would take several minutes for him to take a single breath. With each breath, his acupoints would tremble once. Gradually, Yin Zhaoge's entire body seemed to be enveloped by a faint layer of white smoke, his entire person resembling a statue of pure white as he sat there silently, seemingly in the midst of preparing something. Suddenly, Yin Zhaoge's body trembled for a moment, the white mist that was sticking closely to his skin breaking apart like porcelain, dense cracks that resembled spider webs appearing on its surface. Streaks of formless and colorless stellar energy flowing with a faint metallic luster shot out of these cracks, leaving marks in the air. A long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon resounded from Yin Zhaoge's mouth, growing louder and stronger. The cracks on its body grew denser and denser. At the end, the roar of a dragon had already become deafening as the outer cover formed of white smoke on Yin Zhaoge's body finally shattered completely. Vigorous and sharp, condensed and ferocious aura qi circulated unceasingly around Yin Zhaoge's body, showing off its sharpness. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, smiling slightly as he released and retracted his aura qi as he wished. With a thought, the gang qi he released instantly disappeared without a trace. Releasing aura qi, the outer aura martial scholar realm achieved. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes once more, beginning to use his aura qi to permeate his bones, tempering and strengthening his marrow. Under his relentless efforts, Yin Zhaoge could already feel his qi and blood undergoing a massive change. Bone marrow producing blood. Through the cleansing of the bone marrow, a martial practitioner's qi and blood would naturally be strengthened correspondingly. Cultivating in the martial Tao was a process of unceasingly strengthening one's body. Body refinement martial practitioners had the three stages of the fleshly body, meridian opening, and qi directing. Of these, the late fleshly body stage, where the bones and blood resonated in unison, was the first time that martial arts would be applied to one's bones, causing the hardness and tenacity of one's bones to increase greatly, the agility and strength of one's entire body to rise to a whole new level. At the late qi directing stage, where the bones were cleansed, it was the first time that martial arts would be practiced to the marrow within the bones. Through the conditioning of one's qi and blood, the inside and the outside becoming one, inner qi penetrating deep into the marrow, thus achieving the initial effect of being reborn. However, the inner qi of a body refinement martial practitioner was far inferior to the aura qi of a martial scholar. Upon reaching the outer aura martial scholar realm, using aura qi to undergo a second cleansing of the marrow, one would obtain yet another leap. The great increase from the inner aura to the outer aura manifested itself in all aspects. Currently looking within his body, Yin Zhaoge could clearly see that the final, minuscule impurities that his inner qi had been unable to cleanse earlier were currently being expelled from his bones bit by bit. While they were small in amount, they were pitch black as ink, all of them being the dregs at the deepest level of his bone marrow. With the impurities cleared, not only had his bone marrow changed, even Yin Zhaoge's bones had become crystalline. Every inch of his bones was perfectly proportioned, pure, well-proportioned, resilient, tough, and powerful. Every new drop of blood within his body was condensed and smooth, vaguely suffused with a silver light, resembling mercury. The blood flowing throughout his entire body was already no longer emitting the sound of gushing water like a river. Amidst the silence, a heaviness could be felt, but it was not sluggish, instead flowing naturally and smoothly. Bones like crystal, blood like mercury. These were precisely the characteristics of an early outer aura martial scholar. It was just that other early outer aura martial scholars, having just completed the external release of their aura qi, would require a long period of time before they could complete the second cleansing of the marrows, reaching the current state of their bodies. At this state, it was equivalent to having already laid down the foundation for breaking through to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm. And for Yin Zhaoge to complete all of this, it had only been a short period of time. Having completed his cultivation, Yin Zhaoge smiled, standing up and taking out a small porcelain bottle. Within the bottle was poured out a black medicinal pill, white steam rising from its surface, as though it was enveloped by clouds and smoke. The surface of the black medicinal pill even had a faint glow circulating about it, resembling black jade. This was the clan's reward, the profound spirit pill, already in Yin Zhaoge's hands. Although he had already successfully broken through to the early outer aura martial scholar realm, Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush to consume the pill. Instead, he carefully examined it for a moment, even sniffing it lightly with his nose. After a moment, Yin Zhaoge took out a golden needle, piercing it into the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill shook as though it had a life of its own. Yin Zhaoge did not stop, piercing it 9 times consecutively. The profound spirit pill regained its calm, the faint white medicinal qi completely retracting back into the 9 needles that had been pierced by Yin Zhaoge. Only then did Yin Zhaoge nod satisfactorily, consuming the pill before sitting in meditation and refining his qi, refining its medicinal effects. After who knew how long, Yin Zhaoge called out, "Ahu!" Ahu knocked on the door of the secluded room. "Young master, how is the thing I asked you to find earlier?" Yin Zhaoge asked. Ahu answered, "There's news, but I still need to confirm its authenticity." Chapter 30. Ahu entered the secluded room, saying, "According to the current news, that 10-leaf golden orchid was seen in the Luliao Mountains." Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment. The Luliao Mountains? It was actually near the Sealing Dragon Abyss, also in the Eastern Tang. "Oh, since I have nothing better to do, let's go to the Luliao Mountains and see if we can fish out the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster again." The changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng's sudden appearance, and the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's activities on the side, the Sacred Sun clan was also getting restless due to the previous matter. Although the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was inclined towards Broad Creed Mountain only had Yin Su in the Eastern Tang, which was obviously already insufficient. The disciplinary elder of the East Continent had duties and could not stay for long, but Broad Creed Mountain had also sent other experts over. Although the Eastern Tang was currently in turmoil, Broad Creed Mountain did not lack manpower. It was just that they did not know whether the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster would once again take the risk. As for the 10-leaf golden orchid that he had ordered his subordinates to search for, it was even more important to Yin Zhaoge. The competition between Yin Zhaoge's father and Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle for the position of Broad Creed Mountain's clan chief had already gradually reached its most critical juncture. Yin Zhaoge's grandmaster, the current clan chief, had long since revealed the intention of entering secluded cultivation. This seclusion was different from the past. The time he would emerge from seclusion was uncertain and could very possibly be extremely long, even risking his life. Therefore, the old clan chief intended to directly appoint an official successor before entering seclusion. To Yin Zhaoge, removing Chui Xian when Ningji and the other acting elders was inconsequential to the bigger picture. At the current stage, the internal crystal furnace that was still unable to forge spirit artifacts could only be said to have some effect, but would not have a decisive effect. From a certain perspective, it would instead be of greater help in raising Yin Zhaoge's position. Yin Zhaoge was well aware of this, and had long since been prepared for it. Therefore, while analyzing the internal crystal furnace, he was also planning something else. Concocting a kind of pill. A pill that had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world since the Great Calamity. If this matter was completed, it would be a great contribution to his father's competition for the position of the sect leader. It could almost have the effect of a hammer strike. Exiting the mansion, Yin Zhaoge walked on the streets of overlooking Abyss City, pondering as he walked. "That's right, young master, there's one more thing. Of the things you asked me to find, 2 of them are completely out of stock in the markets of the Eastern Tang. I was only able to obtain a small amount through the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace's secret storehouse. I've checked, it's because of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's largest pill refining organization, the Pillstone Pavilion, is buying them without restraint. At the same time, the Pill Pavilion has recently started to sell the previously extinct healing medicine, the Smoke Cloud Powder." Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment. Smoke cloud, scattering eye, remember that it was a secret technique of the Pill Fire Divine Sword Gaozhe. Along with Gaozhe's death, it was also lost along with him. After the sacred grounds had gradually established the power structure of the Eight Extremities world, the Pill Fire Divine Sword Gaozhe was one of the few peak experts who had fought his way to the martial saint realm in the past. He was arrogant, but he did have real talent. Not only was his sword Dao outstanding, he was also the top alchemy divine hand of his time. He was proficient in both sword and alchemy. It was just that their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was not that harmonious. However, this person had already fallen many years ago. It could be that the Pillstone Pavilion coincidentally obtained the secret technique that Gaozhe left behind that year. Who guessed? Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly, not taking it too seriously. The smoke cloud scattering eye was indeed a rare healing medicine, but it was not something that he could not do without. After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Raising his head, he saw a few figures appear at the other end of the street. That group of people were currently debating about something. While they were rather far away, with Yin Zhaoge's hearing, he could naturally hear them clearly. "Junior apprentice brother Fei, the other party is simply forcing you to do something that is beyond your power. Why do you have to listen to him?" A tall youth was currently speaking with an indignant expression on his face. He was a young disciple who had accompanied Yin Zhaoge out from the clan to temper himself. Yin Zhaoge remembered that his name was Lan Wenyin. The few people beside Lan Wenyin were also young disciples who had come out to temper themselves. After the Sealing Dragon Abyss mission had ended, other than the missing Yi Jing of the other 15 people, some had chosen to return to Broad Creed Mountain, while others had remained in overlooking Abyss City, continuing to cultivate and travel the world. In front of Lan Wenyin and the others, a youth of roughly the same age as them was squatting on the ground, laughing bitterly. Senior Apprentice Brother Ma is fully in charge of supervising our daily cultivation. Naturally, I can only do as he says. Lan Wenyin said angrily, but with your current cultivation base going beneath the great waterfall, something might happen within an hour's time. 2 hours? Does he want to kill you? The youth's surname Fei had a distressed look on his face. I won't die. Just like last time after I'd fainted, he would have fished me out. Someone beside him asked, did you offend him, causing him to specially take revenge on you? Junior Apprentice Brother Fei sighed. In the past, I didn't know any better. When he was being greedy, I spoiled his plans. Now, he will naturally come back to take care of me. Isn't that right? It's not like you're in the wrong. What are you afraid of him for? If he wants to take revenge on you, you can report it to the acting elder Ah. Junior Apprentice Brother Fei replied in a muffled voice. That was what I thought in the past. Only afterwards did I find out that his background was that of an acting elder. Otherwise, how could he be completely fine and come and take revenge on me now? Even if I report it to the acting elder, as long as Senior Apprentice Brother Ma says that it was to urge me to work harder in my cultivation, it will be easily explained away. At most, his methods will be a little more extreme, and he won't be able to take any punishment. In the future, he will definitely take revenge on me even more intensely. Junior Apprentice Brother Fei looked at Lan Wenyin and the others in front of him, saying with a bitter smile, back then, for the sake of some subsidies, I applied to leave the sect and come to this place. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. In the past, I really thought too simply of things. Now, if I want to return to the sect, I have to first report it to the acting elder. Senior Apprentice Brother Ma is just by the side to give me some advice. I can't afford to offend him, and I can't even afford to hide from him. Lan Wenyin's brows were tightly knit. The Junior Apprentice Brother Fei in front of him had entered the sect at the same time as him, and their relationship was very deep. This time, having come to overlooking Abyss City, he had originally thought that it would be a reunion of old friends. Who would have thought that his old friend's situation would actually be like this? After pondering for a moment, Lan Wenyin said hesitantly, this time, we came together with Senior Apprentice Brother Yan. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's status is special. If we can ask him to say a few words, perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Ma won't dare to make things difficult for you. If you want to be transferred away from overlooking Abyss City, there would also be hope. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin Zhaoga? Junior Apprentice Brother Fei's eyes lit up, but very quickly dimmed. Such a small matter. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin might not necessarily care about it. Also, I heard that Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's relationship with overlooking Abyss City's Elder Su is very good. Lan Wenyin said, then we'll report it to the clan on your behalf. Senior Apprentice Brother Ma is only making things difficult for me over some small matters. He won't be able to catch his actual faults. If someone from the clan comes to ask about it, he can also just brush it off. Junior Apprentice Brother Fei smiled bitterly and said, forget it. I'll just bear with it. Now that Senior Apprentice Brother Ma has vented his anger, everything should be fine. It's also impossible for him to really kill me. I'll just treat it as if I'm really undergoing tempering. Yin Zhaoga quietly watched this scene, his expression not changing in the slightest. He only tilted his head. From what I remember, Su Chuan's personal disciples don't have the surname Ma, nor do his relatives. That's right. Aho nodded his head, then retreated. After a short while, he returned to report. That person is called Ma Yu. He is the descendant of a deceased elder of our clan. When Su Chuan was young, he once received the kindness of that elder Ma, so he took care of his descendant, Ma Yu. Yin Zhaoga raised his eyebrows. Su Chuan's own hands and feet are rather clean. After taking care of his benefactor, he connived at his greed. Ahu shook his head. Time was short, so I couldn't find out too much about the exact situation. However, Su Chuan might not be aware of it. in front of Su Chuan. This Mayu also pretended to be very humble and courteous. On account of the deceased Elder Ma's face, Su Chuan let him off. In the end, this Mayu used the tiger's might to intimidate others, causing others to not easily reveal this matter to Su Chuan. Ahu chuckled, a classic example of deceiving the superiors. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, did not laugh. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. No, with Su Chuan's shrewdness, his own subordinates, and that Mayu would not be able to deceive him. There are still others who are helping that Mayu. It's just that their target is actually Su Chuan. This Mayu, step by step, has gradually become a weak point for Su Chuan. Who knows when he'll make a big mess of things, dragging Su Chuan down with him. Especially now that Su Chuan is the acting elder of both overlooking Abyss City and the Spirit Wind Canyon. I'm afraid that the other party is already preparing to make a move. Seeing the forced smile on Junior Apprentice Brother Fei's face, Lan Wenyin and the others were just about to say something when a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Junior Apprentice Brother Fei, why aren't you going? Could it be that you still want me to wait for you at the waterfall? A young man with a medium build walked over and looked at the crowd with a smile. He suddenly said with a low laugh, "Yeah, I want to mess with him. What can you do about it?" The person who had just arrived was that Mayu. The youth surnamed Fei's lips twitched, but no sound came out. Giving a bitter laugh to Lan Wenyin and the others, he walked towards Mayu. "You don't have to go with him." A cold voice suddenly rang out, and Sikong Qing's figure appeared in front of everyone. A look of joy appeared on Lan Wenyin's face as he hurriedly bowed towards Sikong Qing. Senior Apprentice Sister Sikong. Sikong Qing's gaze swept past the youth surnamed Fei and Mayu. Training hard, persevering, and enduring is a good thing. Some elders in the sect will force their disciples to accept it. But that was out of kindness, not selfish revenge. Mayu looked at his own white clothes, then looked at Sikong Qing's blue robe over her white clothes, and a trace of hatred flashed in the depths of his eyes. He laughed. Junior Sister Sikong must be joking. I was just joking with them. Sikong Qing said indifferently, "It's not funny." Mayu chuckled and said, "Junior Martial Sister Sikong, you're wearing a blue gown. Naturally, I can't compete with you. But how long will you be staying in overlooking Abyss City? How long can he rely on you? You don't have the authority to transfer him out of here, and neither do you have the authority to transfer me out of here." Chapter 31. Mayu grinned at Lan Wenyin and the others. "If you don't want to go down the waterfall, then so be it. You can still play other things. Even if you don't play these few days, you can play in a few days." He glanced at Junior Apprentice Brother Fei, who lowered his head. Mayu smiled at Sikong Qing and Lan Wenyin. "You can go back to the mountain and snitch on me, but what are you going to complain about? That I'm too harsh in urging Junior Apprentice Brothers to cultivate?" Lan Wenyin glared at him, his eyes almost spitting fire. Mayu didn't even look at Lan Wenyin. His gaze fell on Sikong Qing's face, and he said with a mischievous smile, "What, you want to hit me? They can't beat me. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so I won't provoke you. If you hit me, you'll be breaking the sex rules." Mayu grinned and retreated. "See, Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong, I don't dare to provoke you. Whatever you say goes. If you don't let Junior Apprentice Brother Fei follow me to the waterfall, I definitely won't force him. I'll listen to you. Not just today, but whenever you're here, I'll listen to you. As for after you leave, Mayu was retreating when he suddenly bumped into someone. Shocked, he turned around and was immediately scared out of his wits. Appearing in front of him was Su Chuan's face. Su Chuan looked at Mayu calmly, not a trace of anger on his face, but it made Mayu even more frightened. What will happen after Junior Apprentice Nephew Sikong leaves? Mayu forced himself to stay alert. Elder Su, when did you arrive?" Su Chuan said indifferently. "Anyway, I know everything I need to know." Mayu's vision immediately turned black. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Su Chuan shook his head and waved his hand. His attendants came out from behind him and carried Mayu away. "Elder Su, my grandfather." Mayu wanted to speak, but found that he had already been restrained, unable to utter a single sound. There was only one thought left in his mind. It's over. From now on, he will never appear in overlooking Abyss City again, nor will he be able to use my name to intimidate others. Su Chuan nodded slightly to Si Kongqing and the others, then turned and left. No one knew that this elder Su, who held the position of overlooking Abyss City's and Spirit Wind Valley's deacon's back, was still drenched in cold sweat. It's all thanks to young Master Yan's reminder. Otherwise, there would definitely be great trouble in the future. Lan Wenyin and the others looked at each other, unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. It might be senior apprentice brother Yin, Si Kongqing said softly as she watched Su Chuan's departing figure. Everyone came to a sudden realization as they gazed about, only now discovering Yin Zhaoge in the distance. The group hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Looking at their hesitant expressions, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he shook his head, looking at that youth surnamed Fei. He will no longer make things difficult for you in the future. However, do your best and cultivate diligently. You should persist at all times and push yourself more. In the end, you will still be the one to benefit. For example, if you have the same cultivation and status as junior sister Sikong, then he wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you even if others didn't show up. Junior apprentice brother Fei's lips trembled as he bowed towards Yin Zhaoge in fear and trepidation. Yes, I will definitely remember senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. He was so excited that he wanted to express his thanks that he didn't even know how to put it into words. Lan Wenyin pulled on his sleeve and said in a low voice, "Just remember it in your heart." How could senior apprentice brother Yin have the patience to lower himself to the level of Ma Yu and the others? That's right. Junior apprentice brother Fei nodded his head repeatedly, only that the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoge was filled with gratitude and longing. Lan Wenyin and the others were the same. After saying this, Yin Zhaoge no longer brought up the matter from earlier. He only smiled mildly. "Looking at your attire, you seem to be heading out. Where are you planning to go?" Si Kongqing replied calmly, "I'm bringing my junior apprentice brothers and sisters to the Luliao Mountains." Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "And you have the experience of going there before. Be careful of them." Si Kongqing replied, "I understand." Since it was indeed Yin Zhaoge who was going to make a move, the crowd naturally didn't have to worry about Su Chuan saying one thing and doing another. The unhappiness that had arisen because of Ma Yu immediately dissipated, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. A disciple suddenly asked Yin Zhaoge curiously, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, the Mr. Dong mentioned by those storytellers and puppeteers, is he our clan's exalted Han Tian ancestor?" Because overlooking Abyss City was close to the sealing dragon abyss, most of the people who were active here were martial practitioners. There weren't many ordinary citizens, but there were also people who braved great risks to come here to make a living. Because of the marketplace, the city was actually quite lively. At this moment, a large number of children had gathered by the roadside, watching the puppeteer with infatuation. The puppeteer was controlling two puppets, currently fighting back and forth in front of the stage. He himself was hiding behind the stage, spittle flying everywhere as he said. As Mr. Dong chopped down with his saber, the heavens and the earth instantly split apart. The great sea split in two, directly chopping off the great flame devil king's head. That flame devil dared to enter our eight extremities world, wreaking havoc and committing atrocious acts. But having met Mr. Dong, he also won't be able to come and go. In the puppeteer by the roadside, the two puppets both looked a little old, but their craftsmanship was rather exquisite. One of the puppets was that of a middle-aged man, holding a long saber in his hands. His face looked rather mighty and domineering. The other puppet, on the other hand, was completely fiery red. Although it looked like a human, it had a green face and sharp fangs, looking extremely fierce and ferocious, resembling a demon. The hair on its head was also shaped to look like flames. Following the puppeteer's manipulation, the middle-aged man's saber landed on the flame devil's neck, and the flame devil puppet instantly flew backwards. Not only were the children in high spirits, the surrounding crowd also cheered loudly. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge said, "That's right, this so-called Mr. Dong is precisely the founder of our clan's Donga. The exalted heaven shaker Jean Donga, the #1 expert in Broad Creed Mountain's history. It was precisely when he had assumed the position of clan chief that Broad Creed Mountain had reached its peak in history. At that peak, Jean Donga had been the #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world, looking down on all heroes. Under his rule, Broad Creed Mountain had also been the undisputed #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world, overlooking everything under the heavens. Unfortunately, just when Jean Donga and Broad Creed Mountain were at their peak, the world changed greatly. Above the boundless ocean to the east of the Eight Extremities world, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A passageway connected another flame devil world to the Eight Extremities world. The life forms that ruled over the flame devil world were not humans, but the flame devils. They were innately powerful and possessed violent temperaments. When the flame devils invaded, Jean Donga and Broad Creed Mountain led the heroes of the world to resist them. The flame devils had more experts, and the battle situation was disadvantageous to the Eight Extremities world. In the end, it was Jean Donga who fought 1 against 5, slaying the #1 expert of the flame devils, the great flame devil king, while simultaneously slaying 2 other flame devil kings, heavily injuring 2 of them. Only then was the battle situation reversed. In the end, the flame devil race was forced to retreat to the flame devil world, and the human experts of the Eight Extremities world also suffered heavy losses. The exalted heaven shaker Jean Donga single-handedly held the pass, achieving glorious results in battle. However, in the end, he was completely exhausted, dying from his injuries. More than half of Broad Creed Mountain's experts had also perished. It was also after that, while the other sacred grounds had also suffered heavy losses, they had the chance to catch up to Broad Creed Mountain, who had suffered the heaviest losses. Afterwards, the Sacred Sun clan gradually rose to prominence, becoming the new #1 sacred ground. All these years, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had not been harmonious, with the old and new kings not seeing eye to eye with each other. The passageway between the 2 worlds still existed. While the Flame Devils had been repelled that year, the threat they posed still existed. In recent years, the 2 sides had still been embroiled in endless battles. It was also precisely because of the existence of the Flame Devils and the checks and balances between the sacred grounds that the internal situation of the Eight Extremities world could still be considered peaceful. Storytellers, opera artists, and the like didn't dare to directly call Jean Donga by his full name, instead referring to him as Mr. Donga. Their knowledge of what had happened that year was naturally limited. Their various interpretations now were all extremely bizarre, like supernatural beings. Of course, to ordinary citizens, Jean Donga was indeed like a mythical figure. Everything that had happened that year also seemed like a mythical tale. Because it was beneficial to strengthening the clan's reputation and gathering the hearts of the people, Broad Creed Mountain did not prohibit this, just turning a blind eye to it. Recalling the clan's records and the narratives of their seniors, the Broad Creed Mountain disciples all sighed. That year, our clan sighed. Standing beside Yin Zhaoga, Ahu's expression suddenly changed slightly as he gazed in another direction. Following his gaze, Yin Zhaoga saw a white-clothed man with a full beard appear. Chapter 32. Seeing the attire of the Sun Saint clan disciple and hearing his words, the group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all revealed expressions of anger. The bearded man in white walked up to them, but his gaze was directed elsewhere. People should still live in the present. In that direction, there was another stage. The sacred Sun Saint, in broad daylight, transformed into a rainbow and ascended, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Behind the stage, a voice spoke in cadence. Broad Creed Mountain was not the only power in overlooking Abyss City. The Sun Saint clan also had a stronghold here, possessing considerable influence. As a result, there were naturally storytellers and entertainers who sang the legends of the Sun Saint clan. These people were mostly just trying to make a living, not having any particular inclinations or thoughts. Whatever story the commoners liked to see, they would perform it. The most widespread legend of the Sun Saint clan was that of their previous clan chief, who was also a legendary figure. It was said that this person had ascended into the heavens, and in the world of martial practitioners, there were even more legends about him. Some said that he had ascended to a higher realm, treading the heavens. Others said that he was still cultivating in a mysterious, forbidden ground within the Sun Saint clan. There were also rumors that he had actually died long ago in seclusion. Anyway, having not seen him for a long time, there were all sorts of legends. It was under this person's leadership that the Sun Saint clan began to rise after Jean Donga's death, finally ascending to the position of the new generation's #1 sacred ground. The white-clothed man gazed at the stage, the meaning of his words self-evident. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples all felt stifled. Xiao Shun, how did you become a bearded man? Yin Zhaoge, however, was a little surprised as he looked at the other party, a little amused. Xiao Shun did not reply, but his ears twitched, as if listening to something. At the same time, he stared closely at Yin Zhaoge. The sound of your blood pulse is almost inaudible, heavy yet smooth, your blood like mercury. You've reached the outer aura martial scholar realm, and you've completed the second cleansing of your marrows so quickly, but it doesn't matter. Xiao Shun did not comment, instead appraising Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, you beat up my Sun Saint clan's people in the sealing dragon abyss. You wouldn't think that it was for nothing, would you? Yin Zhaoge laughed. You want to stand up for Chao Yuanlong and the others? Xiao Shun strode forward, coming before Yin Zhaoge. What else did you think? At first, the people of Broad Creed Mountain did not recognize the other party. But upon hearing Xiao Shun's name, they instantly realized who the person before them was. The grandson of the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, known alongside Chao Yuanlong as one of the Sacred Sun Clan's 4 rising sons, but having cultivated for a longer period of time, his cultivation base was also higher. Late Outer Aura Martial Scholar. Sikong Qing knit her brows slightly as she looked at Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun. Just like Chao Yuanlong, who was in the late Inner Aura stage, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. On the road of martial arts, Xiao Shun was also a well-known figure among those of the same stage, and his battle records were even more glorious than Chao Yuanlong's. As compared to Chao Yuanlong, who walked the unorthodox path and cultivated in unpopular martial arts, Xiao Shun had instead followed the prescribed path and cultivated in the various orthodox martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. But even so, he had still been able to distinguish himself amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Sacred Sun clan. In the past, when he was at the early stage of Outer Invulnerability, he had defeated an opponent at the middle stage of Outer Invulnerability, causing his name to resound throughout the world. Although the crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples had confidence in Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shun's cultivation base and combat experience were all much higher than theirs, inevitably causing their hearts to beat wildly. Xiao Shun's voice was rough, but his tone was slow and unhurried. How you beat up Chao Yuanlong and the others back then, I will return it in full today. Other than Chao Yuanlong, you also beat up my other junior apprentice brothers. Today, other than you, I will also pick out some of the people behind you to accompany you. With Xiao Shun using his cultivation base to suppress others like this, the crowd could not help but feel dissatisfied. Do you think that our Broad Creed Mountain doesn't have any late Outer Aura martial scholars or something? Yin Zhaoge's expression, however, was as per usual. Martial practitioners below the age of 40 are usually separated into different age groups by 3 to 5 years. The age gap between you and me is a little big, but I don't mind it. For the time being, we can be considered to be of the same age. Ahu, you don't need to interfere. Ahu stared at Xiao Shun with an unfriendly expression on his face. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's instructions, he nodded his head and retreated. Xiao Shun stared at Yin Zhaoge. Let's not talk about your abilities first, but you do have some guts. I also won't use my cultivation base to bully you. You broke through Chao Yuanlong's Golden Sun Needle Art and the Heaven Striking Palm with your sword. I believe that the variations in your techniques must have its own unique aspects. I will compete with you in terms of variations and techniques. Saying thus, Xiao Shun made a grabbing motion with his hands. In the distance, the puppeteers who were performing the two plays of Mr. Dong slaying the Flame Devil King and Sacred Sun Saints soaring in daylight felt their hands suddenly become lighter. Then, they discovered that the puppets representing Mr. Dong and the Sacred Sun Saint had both disappeared from their hands. The audience was also in an uproar as they looked around in all directions, but none of them knew where the puppets had gone or how they had disappeared. The two puppets were now in Xiao Shun's hands. In his hands was the cross-shaped board used to control the puppets, and beneath the cross-shaped board was a puppet held by a string. I heard that you use bamboo as a sword, controlling it with ease. I believe that you also have some ability in controlling aura qi and are qualified to play this game with me. Xiao Shun laughed. Although this little thing is more flexible than bamboo, it is also very fragile. If too much aura qi is infused into it, it will first explode. So you don't have to worry about me using my cultivation base to bully you. This toy is equivalent to limiting the maximum amount of aura qi that we can wield. The amount of aura qi that we wield is the same. If we want to win, let's see whose variations in the martial Dao are more exquisite and whose control over aura qi is more subtle. Saying thus, Xiao Shun threw the Mr. Dong puppet towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge caught the puppet, then suddenly laughed. If I remember correctly, this founder of your family was chased into the mouth of a volcano by our clan's exalted Han Tian, not daring to come out for the rest of his life. Only when the flame devils invaded, and with the permission of the exalted Han Tian, did he crawl out of the volcano. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shun said coldly, "The people of Broad Creed Mountain only know how to talk about the past. Those who like to live in the past just turn into dust like history itself." Saying thus, with a shake of his palm, his entire body's aura qi surged. The strings of the puppet broke one by one, but the puppet hovered in mid-air, not falling to the ground. A faint metallic luster suddenly appeared on its body. Under the stimulation of the aura qi, the crude puppet suddenly glowed with a brilliant luster, as though it had a life of its own. The four limbs of the puppet moved, directly striking towards Yin Zhaoge's Mr. Dong puppet with a palm. Under the palm of the small, slender puppet, a piercingly cold wind blew. An explosive sound even resounded in the air, as though it had exploded. Seeing this, the hearts of the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all shivered. No wonder he still dared to challenge senior apprentice brother Yin in such a manner, even after knowing how he defeated Chao Yuanlong. Yin Zhaoge laughed, and with a twist of his palm, the strings of the puppet in his hand also broke. Under the influence of his aura qi, the eyes of the Mr. Dong puppet seemed to flicker with light. At this moment, Mr. Dong had transformed into the exalted Han Tian, his imposing aura surging. The wooden saber in the puppet's hand shook, and, as it streaked through the air, it actually left behind a mark that could be seen clearly by the naked eye. "Perform well, Yin Zhaoge. At least let me have some fun, At this moment, Xiao Shun's gaze was as dark as a snake's. Chapter 33. Under Xiao Shun's control, the Sacred Sun Saint puppet's palms flew about, as though it was a phantom. It was as if the sun was setting in the west, and its last remaining light transformed into a myriad of scenes that were poignant, beautiful, and unfathomable. Thousand illusionary sunset palm. The Sacred Sun Clan's direct lineage martial arts, ranked alongside the heaven-striking palm as one of the 7 great sun arts. It was one of the few martial arts of the Sacred Sun Clan that was famed for its variations and techniques. Xiao Shun had immersed himself in this martial art for many years, and had already gained a deep understanding of its essence and true meaning. Even many seniors in the same sect who were stronger than him in terms of cultivation and understanding of martial arts were not as good as him. Under the stimulation of Xiao Shun's stellar qi, the wooden puppet was like a living martial artist. It was actually able to display this ever-changing technique to the fullest. Controlling a wooden puppet is already like this. If Xiao Shun himself were to use it, what kind of scene would it be? The spectating Broad Creed Mountain disciples all felt a bitter taste in their mouths, their palms gradually beginning to sweat. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was not on the wooden puppet of the sacred sun saint, but rather on the palm with which Xiao Shun was controlling the wooden puppet. Facing the menacing enemy, Mr. Dong's puppet did not hesitate and struck out with its blade. In everyone's eyes, the wooden puppet that was originally stiff seemed to have transformed into a vigorous divine dragon that soared into the sky, breaking through the layers of illusions created by the sunset. The green light was activated, like a true dragon shaking its armor. It moved unhindered between heaven and earth. Layer after layer of illusions were broken apart like a dream. Although the wooden weapon in Mr. Dong's hands was a saber, Yin Zhaoge substituted a saber for a sword, not being restricted by its form. His coiling dragon sleeve sword technique was still wondrous to the extreme, dispersing Xiao Shun's sunset thousand illusionary palms. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples immediately cheered in unison. A cruel smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Shun's mouth. "Do you think I'm like Chao Yuan Long, that stupid bull who only knows how to use brute force?" As he spoke, Xiao Shun's manipulation of the wooden puppet became even more intricate, as the various exquisite transformations of the sunset thousand illusory palms were all displayed. Under the stimulation of his Gang Qi, the sacred sun saint puppet glowed with a faint light, as though it was the afterglow of the setting sun, enveloping Mr. Dong once again. This time, besides being poignant, beautiful, and ever-changing, the illusions carried a sense of despair. The sun had set, and the earth was about to enter the darkness of the night. Only the last wisp of sunset was left in the sky. No matter how the world tried to persuade him to stay or how reluctant he was, it was all in vain. What would come would eventually come. At this moment, the deep level of the sunset thousand illusionary palms' true martial intent was displayed to the fullest by Xiao Shun. The afterglow of the setting sun was like a cage of despair, covering Mr. Dong's puppet. The momentum of Yin Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve resembled a heavenly dragon soaring into the sky, domineering and extraordinary. But this time, he could only stare with wide eyes and watch the sun set. He was unable to reverse the changes in the natural weather. The green sword light instantly dimmed, and the sunlight became hazy. In front of the spectators, all they saw was a sudden darkness that swallowed the two puppets. Xiao Shun smiled and said, "Those who should fall will eventually fall. Reminiscing about the past is futile." With a jolt of his aura chi, the two palms of the sacred sun saint puppet had already struck towards the vital points of the Mr. Dong puppet's chest. Seeing this scene, a cold light suddenly shot out of Yin Zhaoge's eyes. At the same time, Mr. Dong's puppet body suddenly twisted and its wrist shook. The wooden blade shrank, and the puppet's body curled into a ball. Originally showing off its abilities, it suddenly returned to being ordinary and ordinary, like a sword being sheathed, or like a true dragon soaring above the nine heavens, tunneling into the clouds. Coiling dragon sleeve, cloud dragon concealed sword. Xiao Shun retracted the smile on his face, as a bad feeling arose within his heart. Uncomfortable, unhappy, as if there was a dagger at his back. Yin Zhaoge controlled Mr. Dong to execute a sword-concealed stance, and in that instant, Xiao Shun only felt as if his opponent had disappeared without a trace in front of him. He was obviously still there, but his sure-wind palm strike had actually missed. Insignificant tricks, clown tricks. Xiao Shun roared angrily, his rough voice even seeming a little sharp. Controlling the sacred sun saint puppet, he also forcibly retracted his own palm strike, condensing it and not releasing it, as he carefully sensed his opponent's presence. Just having caught a faint trace, Mr. Dong's body had already abruptly extended. Like a clump of clouds that had been pierced apart by a bolt of lightning, a piercingly cold sword edge erupted, its target being the sacred sun saint. Like a dragon tunneling into the clouds, and then suddenly popping its head out, like the back thrust of the secular world's martial arts, dragging the sword behind, catching the enemy unawares. Xiao Shun laughed savagely. The palm strike that had been condensed and not released also similarly erupted, just in time to meet Yin Zhaoge's attack. "I've caught you this time," Still thinking this, he was stunned to see Yin Zhaoga's sword strike, which had originally been surging towards the clouds, suddenly retracted once more, disappearing without a trace. Yet another sword concealed stance. Cloud Dragon concealed sword. The real and the illusory coexisting, movement and stillness in harmony, resembling a divine dragon hiding its head, concealed within the clouds, without a trace, without any warning whatsoever. Xiao Shun's sunset 1,000 illusory palms completely missed. The next moment, a blazing green sword light lit up, sweeping through the heavens, ripping apart the night sky, allowing light to return to the earth. After the sun has set, it will still rise as usual. Floating clouds momentarily obscure the eyes, but will eventually dissipate, and the day will come when the light of day can once again be seen. Yin Zhaoga laughed leisurely, substituting a sword with a saber. Mr. Dong's saber pointed directly at the sacred Sun Saint's chest. Xiao Shun's pupils dilated, but it was already too late to control the sacred Sun Saint puppet to evade. Numerous invisible streams of qi that flickered with a metallic luster circulated around the sacred Sun Saint puppet's body. His Orochi defense was raised to the maximum, as he braced himself to block this blow of Mr. Dong's. But on the edge of Mr. Dong's saber, a sharp green glow flickered, as well as a metallic luster. At this moment, the wooden saber seemed to have transformed into a real, fine steel sword, forcibly breaking through the opponent's Orochi defense, piercing straight into the sacred Sun Saint puppet's chest. Umph! Xiao Shun snorted coldly as he clapped out with his palm. The Orochi on the sacred Sun Saint puppet's body abruptly exploded. The sacred Sun Saint puppet's body was the first to shatter, and a wooden saber that had pierced into its body also shattered at the same time. This force traveled along the wooden saber to the Mr. Dong puppet's body, and the Mr. Dong puppet's body instantly shattered as well. Yin Zhaoga was not angered by this. Retracting his palm, he placed his hands behind his back, leisurely looking at Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoga, his eyes already narrowed into slits as a sinister light flickered within. The large beard on his face trembled unceasingly as he panted heavily. Although he wasn't like Chao Yuanlong, who had lost all face and even lost his underwear, at this moment, Xiao Shun was also feeling humiliated and anger, his face burning up. He was the one who chose the method of the competition, but in the end, he was the one who broke the rules first, which was equivalent to slapping himself in the face. It looked like a draw where both sides perished, but he had already lost before that happened. Yin Zhaoga glanced at Xiao Shun, shrugging his shoulders. Actually, I agree with your words. People should indeed not live in the past. Establishing a foothold in the present and looking to the future is the right thing to do. How could Xiao Shun not understand the meaning behind his words? Staring at Yin Zhaoga, Xiao Shun slowly nodded. Yin Zhaoga, you are very good. I admit that I have underestimated you in the past, but it doesn't matter. We have a long way to go. With that, Xiao Shun turned around and left without another word. Chapter 34. Xiao Shun having been forced into retreat by Yin Zhaoga, the crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all looked at Yin Zhaoga with expressions of longing. Within a short period of time, first defeating Chao Yuanlong, then defeating Xiao Shun, Yin Zhaoga was destined to be unrivaled amongst the younger generation of martial practitioners. If one were to say that his earlier victory over Chao Yuanlong had still been between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, then the opponent he was facing this time was Xiao Shun, whose cultivation was more than a single level higher than Yin Zhaoga's. Even though Xiao Shun had suppressed his Orochi cultivation to a level similar to Yin Zhaoga's due to the sparring method. However, late outer aura martial scholars were still late outer aura martial scholars. In terms of their experience and understanding of martial arts, they were destined to be much deeper and more abundant than early outer aura martial scholars. Some early outer aura martial scholars had only just begun to come into contact with the profundities of variations, while late outer aura martial scholars had long since understood them. These disparities, in actual combat, became more and more apparent. For the same amount of power, an early outer aura martial scholar would use 10%, while a late outer aura martial scholar might use 50 to 60% or even 80 to 90%. However, in the sparring just now, Yin Zhaoge had won, forcing Xiao Shun to break his own promise in exchange for a disgraceful draw. If it had been Yin Zhaoge of the sacred ground Broad Creed Mountain, fighting with a more ordinary late outer aura martial scholar, such a result might still have been a little easier to accept. However, his opponent was the Sacred Sun clan Xiao Shun. That was a completely different matter. After all, Xiao Shun himself was a genius who had once surpassed levels to defeat a mid-outer aura martial scholar, while still in the early outer aura martial scholar realm. A small wooden puppet carved out of wood, which was extremely weak compared to a martial practitioner's aura chi, under his control, actually resembled a real living person and an expert who had some accomplishments in the martial Tao at that. Even the Sacred Sun Saint's wooden puppet, under Xiao Shun's control, other than Sikong Qing, none of the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples who were still in the body refinement realm would be able to take it. However, such a genius amongst his peers, like Chao Yuan Long, had also suffered a crushing defeat in front of Yin Zhaoge. How could this not cause everyone to feel dazzled? Looking at the fragments of the wooden puppet on the ground, Sikong Qing's gaze flickered slightly, as though she had sensed something. This girl really values martial arts. Glancing at her, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he pointed out, "You've already been at the minute subtlety stage for quite some time and are only a half step away from the martial scholar realm. To transform inner qi into gang qi, the method is to reverse the flow of inner qi and temper it, thereby cultivating qi into gang qi. The elders in the sect should have already taught you this. However, when you go against the flow of your inner qi, you might as well try out the rhythm of illusory and real, illusory and real." Hearing that, Sikong Qing's eyes immediately lit up slightly. The other disciples who had entered later also hurriedly pricked up their ears. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's prestige in their hearts even surpassed that of some of their elders. Being able to listen to Yin Zhaoge's pointers on cultivation, as well as the key to breaking through to the martial scholar realm and body refinement, everyone exceptionally treasured this chance. To the vast majority of martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world, advancing from a body refiner to a martial scholar was a heavenly chasm. The difficulty was far greater than advancing from the middle stage of the Qi conducting realm to the late stage of the Qi conducting realm, or advancing from the late stage to the subtle realm. It was even more difficult than advancing from the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm to the late inner aura martial scholar realm, or advancing from the late inner aura martial scholar realm to the early outer aura martial scholar realm. And on the other hand, becoming a martial scholar was also a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning increase in one's strength. The root of this was that in order to become a martial scholar, one had to cultivate qi into gang qi, transforming inner qi into gang qi. Gang qi was far more condensed than inner qi. If one were to say that inner qi was a gas, then gang qi was a liquid. When the two clashed, a very small amount of gang qi would be able to defeat a large amount of true qi. When a body refiner clashed with a martial scholar, it would be very hard for them to have the ability to retaliate. In front of absolute power, even the most brilliant techniques would be of little use. Most of the time, a martial scholar would be able to defeat 10 with just his strength alone. In many cases, it would be hard for quantity to make up for the difference. With a few words of advice from Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing instantly had a feeling of enlightenment. The gaze with which she looked at Yin Zhaoge contained an additional look of respect. Before this, even when Yin Zhaoge had made a move to punish Mayu, this had not appeared. Yin Zhaoge said to the others, "Everyone's situation differs from person to person. The method that is suitable for junior apprentice sister Sikong might not be suitable for you all. You are currently still far from the martial scholar realm. There is no need to be impatient. Walk your own path step by step before anything else." Everyone wholeheartedly submitted, bowing towards Yin Zhaoge. "Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice brother Yin. We will definitely cultivate diligently." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing also bowed, not as courteous as before, but rather serious. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. She paused for a moment, then looked towards the others and said, with Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's guidance, I have benefited greatly. I am preparing to immediately enter secluded cultivation and will not be able to follow you all to the Luliao Mountains. Everyone understood, just that they were all a little worried for a moment as they unconsciously looked towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, It is fine for me to bring you all along this time, but do you all expect me to bring you along for the rest of your lives? Moreover, the place I am going to is actually even more dangerous for you all. The group of Broad Creek Mountain disciples were all a little embarrassed. Normally, they were all geniuses who had undergone the meticulous guidance of the clan and did not lack independence. It was just that these past few days, Yin Zhaoge's radiance had really been too dazzling to the point where they all felt dizzy and had unconsciously followed this Senior Apprentice Brother's lead. The group of people all said solemnly, It is us who have developed a lazy and reliant heart. It is all thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's reminder that we are truly ashamed. Yin Zhaoge laughed and waved his hands nonchalantly. No matter. Since it is like this, let us part ways here. Saying thus, he turned and left the city, walking towards the outskirts. The group of Broad Creek Mountain disciples also took their leave of Sikong Qing and left the city for the Luliao Mountains. On the road, Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and the others had long since disappeared. The Luliao Mountains occupied a vast area and was located to the side of the sealing dragon abyss. Although there were many precious resources produced there, the environment was also rather dangerous. With their current cultivation bases, it was not that easy to traverse. We really should reflect on ourselves. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin bringing us along is actually like bringing along a bunch of burdens, and we're still so proud of ourselves. The young girl hugged the small and exquisite light spirit cat, her expression a little downcast. Beside her, Lan Wenyin said, The current us is indeed too far away from Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. However, we should not be dispirited because of this. Putting even more effort into our cultivation is what we should be doing. Another person muttered, Could it be that you're also like that Yi Jing, hoping that one day you will be able to compete with Senior Apprentice Brother Yin? Lan Wenyin said candidly, At the very least, we should try our best to travel together with Senior Apprentice Brother Yin so that we won't become a burden, right? Hearing his words, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just as Senior Apprentice Brother Yin said, we should establish ourselves in the present and look towards the future. Amidst the mountains, having reached their destination, everyone split up and moved about. Lan Wenyin walked by himself for a while, when suddenly his eyes widened, his gaze dazed. Just now, we were talking about Junior Apprentice Brother Yi Jing this. Chapter 35. There were numerous patterns of flames on his body, vivid and lifelike, as though they could be seen leaping about. A head of black hair hung loosely behind his back. While it was jet black in color, from afar, it gave off the feeling of flames. This person also had flame patterns on his face, and the light of fire seemed to flicker within his eyes. However, the nearby Lan Wenyin could still recognize that this youth with a rather strange appearance was precisely Yi Jing, who had gone missing in the sealing dragon abyss that day. While his face was covered by flame patterns, his facial features could still be recognized. Somewhat uncertain, Lan Wenyin probed, Are you Yi Jing, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi? The other party turned his head, his gaze like fire, moving one's soul. However, he still nodded. That's right, it's me. Lan Wenyin asked curiously, Previously in the sealing dragon abyss, you... Hearing the name of the sealing dragon abyss, an obvious fury surfaced within Yi Jing's eyes, his expression also turning cold. I was lucky I didn't die. No matter what, it's good that you're all right. Lan Wenyin let out a sigh of relief. Everyone was very worried about you, but Senior Apprentice Brother Yin said that you are blessed by the heavens, able to turn calamities into blessings. From the looks of it now, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin was indeed right. Before he had finished speaking, he was interrupted by an explosive roar. Yin Zhaoge, Yi Jing's eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. If not for him, how would I have met with such a calamity? From the start, he had no good intentions, wanted to kill me. However, my life is tough, not dying, and even improving my cultivation base. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint him. Yi Jing ground his teeth. A man who does not take revenge is not a gentleman. This debt, I will settle with him sooner or later. Hearing his words, Lan Wanyin's brows instantly knit together tightly. Junior apprentice brother Yi, calm down a little. I also heard about what happened that day afterwards. Senior apprentice brother Yan's internal crystal furnace fell into the abyss, causing it to explode and injure you. That was an accident. Yi Jing snorted coldly. You're a roundworm in his stomach. How do you know what he thinks? Whatever he says, you just believe it. That martial grandmaster, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster, originally came to find trouble with him, but was instead diverted by him, making use of the fire seed and having me block the calamity for him. Everything was all part of his plan. It's just a low-grade, precious weapon, and you're blinded by it, to the point that you're siding with him. Hearing his words, Lan Wenyin was also a little enraged. Back then, it was your own despicable hands that snatched away senior apprentice brother Yan's true fire seed of your own accord. Otherwise, would a martial grandmaster have beaten you? Do you really think you're somebody? You've just escaped death, so it's inevitable that you're agitated. I don't blame you, but that doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. He appraised Yi Jing for a moment, then shook his head. I believe in senior apprentice brother Yan's words. Why would he believe it? Back then, you had already fallen into the deep abyss, barely surviving. Why did senior apprentice brother Yan throw his internal crystal furnace down? Moreover, just how rare and precious is an internal crystal furnace? For the sake of killing you, senior apprentice brother Yin destroyed his own internal crystal furnace? The legendary internal crystal furnace, or you, a martial practitioner who isn't even a martial scholar yet, which is more precious. Whether it's me, you, or anyone else who entered the sealing dragon abyss with him, if senior apprentice brother Yin really wanted to kill us, let alone a single slap, we might not even be able to take a breath from him. Why would he need to destroy his own internal crystal furnace? The other party's words caused Yi Jing to instantly recall Yin Zhaoge's indifferent attitude towards him. The despair, rage, and hatred he had felt in the sealing dragon abyss back, then involuntarily surged even further, almost burning away Yi Jing's rationality. Yi Jing's eyes were crimson like fire. A low-grade precious artifact has raised you all up to be like Yin Zhaoge's dogs. Then I'll first beat the dog, then the master. With a furious howl, he soared into the air, lunging towards Lan Wenyin. Lan Wenyin was shocked, only feeling a wave of heat assaulting his face, almost suffocating him. Having survived such a calamity, Yi Jing's cultivation had indeed improved greatly. Lan Wenyin didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly raising a shield. It was precisely the low-grade precious artifact that Yin Zhaoge had gifted him back then. It was only that, seeing this shield, Yi Jing's eyes turned red like he had met his enemy, his fists smashing downwards like a tempestuous storm. As though he didn't know what fatigue was, his iron fist struck out consecutively, resembling a tsunami in collapsing mountains. Lan Wenyin was hard-pressed to exert the full power of the low-grade precious artifact, actually being unable to withstand the unarmed Yi Jing. Finally, the precious artifact was jolted out of his hands. Yi Jing's fist did not cease, directly sending Lan Wenyin flying. Looking at his opponent who had landed on the ground, blood flowing unceasingly from his mouth, Yi Jing's gaze was cold, killing intent surging unceasingly within his eyes. Only after a long time did he avert his gaze. Looking at the shield that had fallen to the side, the flames of fury and hatred within his eyes growing intense once more. Rushing forward, he kicked out, directly sending that shield flying far into the distance. The shield transformed into a small black, disappearing amidst the distant mountain range. Glancing hatefully at the half-dead Lan Wenyin, Yi Jing turned and left, heading towards the depths of the mountain range. Through the ring, I have reconstructed my body. However, because of my martial arts, I am much more irritable and easily angered than before. As he walked, Yi Jing gradually calmed down a little, also vaguely beginning to feel regret. While Lan Wenyin is biased towards Yin Zhaoge, he has never really helped Yin Zhaoge harm me. I nearly killed him. I was a little too rash. However, thinking about how he had become like this, the fury within his heart surged once more. Yin Zhaoge. Seeing Lan Wenyin's character today, I can imagine that most of the other people in the clan will probably also be wearing the same pants as that Yin Zhaoge. His father is even an elder of the clan. He will definitely protect him. If I want to seek justice, it will be even more difficult. But so what? If I don't expose that Yin Zhaoge's ugly face, not seeking justice, wouldn't all the pain I have suffered have been for naught? Power. If I want to seek justice, I need sufficient power. If I am stronger than Yin Zhaoge, even stronger than his father, how would they dare to harm me, even distorting the truth? Yi Jing raised his head to look at the undulating mountain range before him, his gaze cold and hard as iron, blazing like fire. I must possess great power before I can seek justice for myself, and I must be even stronger than that father and son pair. Yin Zhaoge, just you wait. What you owe me, I will make you repay it one by one. Yi Jing heavily injured a fellow disciple. Yin Zhaoge looked at the Ahu before him rather surprisedly. Yi Jing was still alive. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised in the slightest. Someone had seen him, and the news had spread back to the clan. To Yin Zhaoge, it could only be a good thing. This completely proved Yin Zhaoge's answer when he had been questioned that day. Yin Zhaoge was not worried about confronting Yi Jing in the slightest, performing the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony and reliving the scene for back then. However, after Yi Jing had appeared, he had nearly beaten Lan Wenyin to death. This left Yin Zhaoge a little at a loss. This kid, falling into the deep abyss, did he damage his head? Yin Zhaoge could only feel that this was rather incomprehensible. Why did he beat someone? Chapter 36. Not only did this Yi brat not die, his cultivation has even improved. That disciple has your low-grade precious weapon, but he still can't defeat him empty-handed. Hearing Ahu's narration, Yin Zhaoge was not surprised. After all, it was the protagonist's halo and the destined one. As long as one didn't die after going through hardships, they would definitely level up. However, Yi Jing's performance was somewhat different from Yin Zhaoge's memories of him. More extreme, more stubborn, more violent, and more impulsive. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin as he pondered. It looks like while that ring helped him reconstruct his body, it also had some negative effects. If it's a secret art that affects one's emotions, with his current cultivation and will, he'll be easily affected by it. From this point of view, the complete destruction of his fleshly body and the reconstruction of it might not be suitable for the current Yi Jing. When his cultivation is higher and he experiences this tribulation again, there might not be these problems. Why do I feel like there's a deviation in someone's protagonist path? This really is a sin, but Yin Zhaoge's gaze gradually turned cold. Just because of this, you are justified in beating people up? Regaining his wits, Yin Zhaoge looked at Ahu. What did the clan say after receiving the news? Ahu grinned. First of all, this brat maliciously injured his fellow disciples. Naturally, he has to be punished. Of course, we have to interrogate him and figure out the whole story. We won't just listen to one side of the story. Then, it proved that young master's judgment that day was correct. He did not die, and even successfully returned from the dragon-sealing abyss. However, because the hatred and anger that Yi Jing displayed towards young master was too intense, there were still people who questioned young master's initial explanation, believing that there was an inside story. Therefore, after we capture Yi Jing, I'm afraid that young master will really have to go and perform a blood soul recollection ceremony with him. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. With his current performance, the people on Second Apprentice Uncle's side probably won't be thinking of killing him to frame me. Instead, they'll be thinking of how to get the so-called inside story out of his mouth before making things difficult for me. Oh, scratched his head. I didn't realize that this Yi kid was so good at stirring up trouble. Huh? Yin Zhaoge smiled, but did not speak. How is this even possible? Oh gave a simple and honest smile. This brat has cut off his own life from the sect this time. Young master, since the sect has already made a decision, shouldn't we just ignore him? Otherwise, others might think that you have done something shameful and want to silence you. In this kind of situation, it will be too unjust for you to be made a scapegoat again. If you have any information, just give it to the person in charge of this matter in the sect. Yin Zhaoga said mildly. It's fine as long as you don't kill him. Don't tie your hands and feet. If you find him, inform me immediately. I'll personally reward him and give Junior Brother Lon an explanation before handing him over to the sect. Junior Brother Lon was injured by Yi Jing because he spoke up for me. Remember to take care of him later. Other than medicine and tonics, tell him that I have a middle-grade precious weapon here for him. When he becomes a grandmaster, it will be in his hands. Aho gave a silly smile. Yes, young master. Yin Zhaoga nodded, his gaze falling once more on the lofty mountain range before him. At this time, a black-clothed man appeared in front of Yin Zhaoga, carefully presenting a stalk of spirit grass. Young master, I found it. Yin Zhaoga's eyes lit up. 10-leaf golden orchid. Receiving the spirit grass, Yin Zhaoga carefully appraised it for a moment. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew wider and wider, and he couldn't help but want to laugh uproariously towards the heavens. He had originally thought that it was only a few hundred years old 10-leaf golden orchid. In the end, it was over 1,000 years old. How could Yin Zhaoga not be happy? After all, 10-leaf golden orchids were too rare. Adding on to the fact that they had been harvested not long after their medicinal age, a 1,000-year-old 10-leaf golden orchid was not as easy to find as the seed of leaf flame true fire. Now that he had obtained one so smoothly, Yin Zhaoga was naturally overjoyed. The black-clothed man continued. Young master, while searching for the 10-leaf golden orchid, we unexpectedly discovered a strange valley. Yin Zhaoga asked, how strange? It's a glacial valley. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoga's interest was piqued. Oh, a glacial valley? It's here? At this moment, the Luliao Mountains were extremely hot. Glaciers had actually appeared. This naturally attracted Yin Zhaoga's attention. The black-clothed man answered, that's right. It's indeed a glacial valley. Also, it's of an extremely large scale. It doesn't seem to have been formed naturally. It's just that when we discovered it, there seemed to be some changes happening there. It was like an earthquake. Having already obtained the 10-leaf golden orchid, having nothing better to do, Yin Zhaoga said, lead the way. Let's go take a look. The group advanced through the mountain range. The further they went, the cooler the weather became. This was naturally not due to a change in the climate. At this time of the year, the Luliao Mountains were always as hot as a steamer. Yin Zhaoga understood that they were already getting closer and closer to that glacial valley. After walking for a while, despite the blazing sun shining high above their heads, they could already clearly feel a chill in the air. Ahu walked to the edge of a cliff and gazed into the distance. After a long time, he let out a long breath. Young master, we've arrived. Yin Zhaoga also walked to the edge of the cliff. What appeared before him was, shockingly, a massive gorge. It was just that what was unusual was that the entire gorge was completely covered in ice and snow. The valley meandered for dozens of li, resembling a world of ice. It resembled a massive white dragon lying within a dense forest. The cliffs of the valley were all covered in translucent ice and snow, flickering with a piercing light under the illumination of the sunlight. If an ordinary person were to stare at it, they would feel a piercing pain in their eyes, almost as though they were going blind. Outside of the valley, it was still the lush, primordial forest of midsummer, with ancient trees obscuring the sky and concealing the earth. However, having arrived at the valley, it was as though midsummer had instantly turned into a harsh winter. The massive contrast gave off a strange aura. After observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoga led the way down the mountain. Let's go in. Having arrived at the mouth of the valley, they could clearly feel that intense tremors seemed to be occurring within, originating from beneath the ground. As the group entered, before them was a world of ice and snow. The massive, transparent glacier resembled the smooth surface of a mirror, reflecting their figures. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu walked at the very front. As they arrived at the central region of the valley, a massive lake of ice appeared before them. Beneath the surface of the lake, hidden undercurrents surged, waves roiling as the faint roar of a dragon resounded. Yin Zhaoga gazed at the lake's surface for a moment, then looked at the surrounding valley as he muttered to himself. This place actually seems to be the burial ground of a glacial chi dragon. Only in such an excruciatingly hot environment could such a strange glacial valley be formed. Dragon bone giving birth to a soul. Someone disturbed the glacial dragon bone soul, causing this place to shake and change. Hearing his words, Ahu's eyes instantly shone with a bright light. Glacial dragon bone soul? Young master, this is a good thing, ah? Chapter 37. Young master, why don't I go back and call for help? Although we might have to split some of the profits, it's better than entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Similarly staring at the surface of the lake, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely see a massive black shadow moving beneath the surface of the lake, causing the heavens to roil and the earth to overturn as even the entire glacial valley seemed to be shaking. After pondering for a moment, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Perhaps there is a method that we can try. Taking out a small metal plate from his bosom, looking at the incomplete ancient characters and patterns on it, Yin Zhaoga infused his aura chi within. The patterns on the small metal plate immediately lit up with a misty white light. In the extremely cold environment of the Glacier River Valley, the white light was even brighter and more dazzling than usual, gradually revealing an icy blue color. Yin Zhaoga silently circulated his profound art, his aura chi also beginning to turn dark and cold. He came to the edge of the frozen lake, squatted down, and let the small metal plate touch the ice on the surface of the lake. In the next moment, the quaking under the lake seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. Very quickly, the ice on the surface of the lake began to shatter. A massive force suddenly erupted from that small metal plate, actually nearly jolting Yin Zhaoga out of his hand. Yin Zhaoga exerted more force with his fingers, squeezing the metal plate tightly. Then he felt an obvious suction force coming from the lake, trying to suck the iron plate into the water. The dragon's roar in the lake became louder and more ear-piercing. Standing up, formless air currents surged around his entire body, flickering with a faint metallic luster. Enveloping his entire body with aura chi, Yin Zhaoga strode forward, entering the ice lake. With his aura chi protecting his body, automatically separating him from the icy cold lake water, Yin Zhaoga's figure sunk into the lake. Behind him, Ahu instructed the others to stay behind as he followed Yin Zhaoga into the water. Entering the water, heading downwards, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu stepped onto the glacier, the surrounding cold water congregating towards Yin Zhaoga's small metal plate. Under the cover of the icy blue light, the small metal plate actually began to gradually restore itself. A smile appeared on Yin Zhaoga's face. The next moment, a massive black shadow flickered before him. As it neared, it was a thick dragon tailbone. Landing on the dragon tailbone together with Ahu, Yin Zhaoga stabilized his footing, his figure following the dragon tailbone as it swung about at the bottom of the ice lake. Yin Zhaoga accurately inserted the small metal plate in his hands into the gap between the two segments of bone. The dragon skeleton's entire body shuddered, and a faint white light lit up from the center of its spine, piercing through the entire dragon skeleton. Yin Zhaoga extended his other hand, pressing down on the white light that lit up on the surface of the dragon bone. It was icy cold to the touch, such that even with his aura chi protecting his body, he still felt a bone-piercing cold. Turn, Yin Zhaoga recited within his heart, executing a secret art as the white light on the dragon bone instantly began twisting. The white light began to separate from the dragon bones as if it was being extracted by a great force. By the side, Ahu had long been prepared as he flashed out a massive piece of ice blue refined jade, handing it over to Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga pressed down on the dragon bone with one hand, grasping the essence jade with the other. Very quickly, white light gradually lit up within the essence jade, the roar of a dragon resounding from within. The glacial dragon bone soul was unceasingly extracted from the dragon bones, before being sealed within the ice blue essence jade through Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, just that a layer of blue gradually appeared on his face, pulsing unceasingly. Seeing this, Ahu heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything had gone smoothly. His young master only needed to spend some time to obtain the precious glacial dragon bone soul. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not relax. There's someone else, in the direction of the dragon's head, extracting the glacial dragon bone soul. The ones who alerted the glacial dragon bone soul and caused the earthquake. It seems like it was also them. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the two of them were standing on the dragon's tailbone, but the dragon's body was extremely long, penetrating deep into the rock layer at the bottom of the lake. The front half of the dragon's skeleton, where the dragon's head was, extended to who knows where. Closing his eyes, Yin Zhaoge's mind merged with the glacial dragon bone soul. Within his mind, a different scene gradually appeared. One scene after another flashed past Yin Zhaoge's eyes like a flashing lantern. Within a massive valley, in the depths of a cave, cold winds wreathed the area. It was similarly a world of ice. At the very bottom of the cave, there was a cold pond that seemed bottomless. At the bottom of the cold pond, the massive head of the glacial chi dragon had already been reduced to white bones, not moving at all, as though in a deep slumber. The waters of the pond suddenly rippled, and a beautiful, refreshing girl in a white dress suddenly appeared within it. This girl's appearance was not inferior to Sikong Qing's in the slightest. Her features perfect and flawless, her pair of eyes that resembled those of a small deer, intelligent yet also delicate, causing others to involuntarily feel tender and affectionate towards her. This is the remnant memory imprint of the glacial dragon bone soul, replaying the events of the past. However, what Yin Zhaoge took note of was that the other party was clearly someone he knew. Although he had never personally interacted with her before, Yin Zhaoge would definitely not recognize her wrongly. This girl was called Meng Wan, a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Interesting, Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Just a few years ago, an extremely powerful sacred artifact had suddenly appeared in the Eight Extremities world. This treasure was known as the Extreme Yin Crown. Its origins were unknown, but its power was unparalleled. Its grade could be said to be one of the highest in the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times. However, this sacred artifact was rather strange. Ordinary people, even martial saints, would not be able to wield even the slightest bit of its power. Only girls with the extreme Yin physique, after stepping into the martial scholar realm, will be able to wield a limited amount of its power. However, this extreme Yin crown was really too powerful. Even when wielded by a maiden of extreme Yin of the martial scholar realm, they would still be able to wield the power of an ordinary sacred artifact, even if it was only for a short period of time. After discovering the crux of the matter, the Eight Extremities world instantly boiled over. The various sacred grounds all began searching for girls with the extreme Yin physique to enter the clan to be groomed. It was just that maidens of extreme Yin were rare in the first place. Moreover, they still had to choose those of suitable age to cultivate in the martial Tao. However, the Eight Extremities world was vast and populous. In the end, they still managed to find a few, each belonging to a different sacred ground. The Extreme Yin Crown was too powerful. Female martial practitioners of the martial scholar realm could already wield great power. If a maiden of extreme Yin stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, that would be even more unimaginable. If any one of them monopolized the extreme Yin crown, the other sacred grounds would find it hard to accept. However, the power of the extreme Yin crown had a very strong suppressive effect on the Eight Extremities world's old enemies, the Flame Devil race. It was a power that the Eight Extremities world urgently needed. Therefore, after a meeting, the various sacred grounds decided to hold an extreme Yin bout every once in a while. The maidens of extreme Een of the various sacred grounds would compete against each other, with the winner obtaining the extreme Een crown for a period of time. Currently, no maiden of extreme Een of the martial grandmaster realm had appeared. Therefore, the extreme Een bout was accepted by the various sacred grounds and could be carried out peacefully. The various sacred grounds also put in a lot of effort to groom their own maidens of extreme Een. Mengwan was the Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme Een. The environment of this icy cold pond, to her extreme Een physique, was actually not a bad treasure ground. However, looking at the scenes in the memory imprint of the glacial dragonbone soul, Mengwan did not seem to have entered this icy cold pond to cultivate, also not discovering the peaceful slumber of the glacial dragonbone soul. From the looks of it, her situation was a little strange. Not long after, within the icy pond of the dragon's head, another person suddenly descended. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh at how coincidental it was. The newcomer was still someone he knew. Chapter 38. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, as soon as Meng Wan had entered the water, the situation had clearly been a little off. She seemed to be showing signs of cultivation deviation. Sitting in the meditative position, her entire person surrounded by the icy cold water of the lake, rising and falling, her elegant face alternating between green and red. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows knit, a look of pain vaguely appearing on her face. Yin Zhaoge thought. As expected, she did not enter the icy cold lake to cultivate. Instead, she originally had a problem, thus seeking this icy cold lake to help suppress it. Just at this time, Yi Jing also entered the icy cold lake, glancing at Meng Wan a little curiously. Stimulated by the icy cold lake, the flame patterns on his body glowed brightly, giving off an extremely high temperature. Opening her eyes, Meng Wan also looked at Yi Jing, a look of alarm and wariness appearing within her doe-like eyes. In her current state, she could only barely maintain it, in a fragile state of equilibrium, having lost the ability to protect herself. Yi Jing did not need to attack her. Just the slightest disturbance would be enough to consign her to eternal damnation. Seemingly sensing Meng Wan's current state, Yi Jing did not have any intention of attacking her. After thinking carefully for a moment, he slowly approached her. He gestured towards Meng Wan, indicating that he did not have any ill intentions, just wanting to lend her a hand. Yi Jing's palms were extended horizontally, his palms fiery hot, the heat seemingly able to be felt even within the icy cold lake. Blinking, Meng Wan clenched her teeth, also extending her palms facing Yi Jing's in the water. She was of the extreme Een physique, while Yi Jing's currently reconstructed fleshly body, due to special reasons, clearly possessed a physique that was as hot as fire. While Yi Jing's current cultivation base was still far inferior to Meng Wan's, he was like rain at the right time, just in time to resolve Meng Wan's urgent situation. With his help, the aura chi within Meng Wan's body, who was in danger of cultivation deviation, gradually calmed down. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. This plot is so familiar. What a charming first meeting, Although they didn't take off their clothes to treat their wounds. If we meet a few more times in the future, won't a lot of intimate things happen together? Your luck with women is really indescribable. However, due to the surging aura chi of the two, within the layer of ice at the bottom of the lake, a faint streak of light slid past the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon. The glacial dragon bone soul was slowly awakening from its slumber. The cold pond began to shake, and the cold pond water began to tumble. In the ice layer at the bottom of the cold pond, the pitch-black eye sockets of the gigantic skeletal dragon had suddenly lit up with an icy blue light. A moment later, the layer of ice at the bottom of the pool completely shattered. A mighty dragon roar rang out as the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon lit up with a white light. In the cold pond, it was as if a tsunami was set off. The pool water formed a huge whirlpool, about to crush everything that entered it. In the depths of the cold pond, Meng Wan and Yi Jing's hands were pressed together, their bodies rotating together with the whirlpool, bitterly resisting the pressure brought by the whirlpool. Beneath the whirlpool, the frost chi dragon's gigantic skeletal head popped out from the bottom of the pool. It opened its mouth wide and roared nonstop. The bone dragon's movements caused the entire frigid lake to tremble, and it even spread to the surface. The glacial valley where the dragon's tail was located was also affected at this moment. With the passage of time, Meng Wan and Yi Jing finally gradually adapted to the whirlpool's rotating force and began to think of a way to escape. Gradually, Meng Wan's body was attracted by the skeleton of the glacial chi dragon as she was dragged onto the dragon's head and sucked in. At this moment, she was circulating her profound art to the maximum, and the white light that had appeared on the dragon's head instantly poured into her body. Seeing the scene playing back, Yin Zhaoge came to a realization. Extreme Yin physique, truly blessed by the heavens. Indeed, it was she who was pulling on the glacial dragon bone soul over there. Having obtained the glacial dragon bone soul, Meng Wan's face first turned pale, before actually quickly regaining its rosy color. Yi Jing, with his hands pressed together, was also sucked onto the skull of the glacial dragon. Although the whirlpool in the water was still pulling on Yi Jing's body, he was still able to barely stabilize himself. Patterns of flames circulated all over his body, as he was clearly also circulating his cultivation art to the maximum. Specks of white light also began flowing through Meng Wan's hands, flowing into his body. Meng Wan did not mind. Although she was born with the innate advantage of the extreme Yin physique, it would still be difficult for her to obtain the glacial dragon bone soul by herself. But just at this moment, the massive body of the glacial chi dragon suddenly stiffened slightly. A white light appeared on the dragon's bones, penetrating through its entire spine and extending to its head. Then, as that white light trembled, it began to grow weaker and weaker. Yin Zhaoge knew full well that this was because he and Ahu had arrived and begun extracting the glacial dragon bone soul from the dragon's tail. Affected by this, the dragon's head had also been affected. The whirlpool within the icy cold pond, after a slight pause, suddenly exploded. Meng Wan's and Yi Jing's hands, which were pressed together, were jolted apart. The two were swept along by the whirlpool, falling in different directions. The memory imprint of the glacial dragon bone soul completely replayed everything that had happened earlier. Scenes after scenes flashed past, and the memory imprint ended here. The scene that Yin Zhaoge was currently seeing was already synchronized with the real time. Through the connection between his mind and the glacial dragon bone soul, Yin Zhaoge was still able to clearly see the situation on the other side. The only difference was that a pair of clear eyes that resembled the waters of a lake now appeared before his eyes, staring straight at him. Meng Wan, whose mind was similarly connected to the glacial dragon bone soul. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Meng Wan. Having come to this world and learned of the extreme Yin crown, Yin Zhaoge also learned of a very awkward thing. His Broad Creed Mountain did not have a maiden of extreme Yin. Broad Creed Mountain did not have a female disciple with an extreme Yin physique. Naturally, they were unable to participate in the competition for the extreme Yin crown. However, this did not mean that whoever the extreme Yin crown ended up with had nothing to do with Broad Creed Mountain. Amongst the sacred grounds, there were also good and bad relationships. Coincidentally, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan belonged to the two factions that were not on good terms. If he himself could not obtain the extreme Yin crown, then for safety's sake, it would be best if the other party did not obtain it as well. Therefore, although there was no personal enmity between him and Meng Wan, when this matter involved a higher-level struggle, Yin Zhaoge naturally would not take it lightly. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that over at the icy cold pond, due to the earlier turbulence, it was already showing signs of collapsing. The stone walls surrounding the pond were all collapsing, connecting with other underground rivers as the pond water began to surge in all directions. Yi Jing was swept along by the pond water, looking like he was about to be swept into one of the underground rivers. Seeing that he might be in danger, Meng Wan's delicate brows knit together. She wanted to reach out and save him, but her body was currently being sucked in by the glacial dragon bone soul, and she was unable to move. Meng Wan flicked her wrist, activating her aura chi. A long silk, resembling a spear of fine steel, pierced through the turbulent waters of the pond, arriving before Yi Jing. Yi Jing hurriedly grabbed hold of the long white silk. As it came into contact with Meng Wan's aura qi, Yi Jing's mind went into a slight daze. His mind also formed a slight connection with the glacial dragonbone soul. Then, Yin Zhaoge's face appeared before his eyes. Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Yin Zhaoge, the patterns of flames on his body instantly became even more frenzied, actually beginning to spread crazily throughout his entire body. Seeing that the icy cold pond was about to completely collapse, with Yin Zhaoge fighting over it on the other side, and Yi Jing's unstable condition, Meng Wan could not help but sigh to herself. Making a prompt decision, she circulated her profound art in reverse, forcibly suppressing the urge to spit out blood as she forcibly severed her connection with the glacial dragonbone soul, preparing to escape and get out of the icy cold pond first. Yi Jing's eyes were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets, his anger and resentment all transforming into hatred that surged to the heavens. Wherever I go, you're going to chase after me, trying to exterminate me. Let me tell you, it's not that easy. You dog, try to harm me time and time again. This enmity, this hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. Looking at Yi Jing, Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly. Brat, you should rejoice that I'm currently not in that icy cold pond of yours. Meng Wan's reaction is really fast, directly breaking off the connection and wanting to run. Otherwise, I would have directly sent people to the icy cold pond to block you too. But do you think that just like this, I won't be able to take care of you? Pay me some interest first. Chapter 39. Because of this, he could continue to build deep friendships with girls. Both husband and wife returned home, reaped the rewards, embarked on the road to success, and then came back to find trouble with me? That's a good idea, but you better obediently go drink water from the underground river. Yin Zhaoge let out a derisive laugh, directly halting his actions of collecting the glacial dragonbone soul, instead striking out with a palm onto the small metal plate. The small metal plate shook violently, and then the huge skeleton of the glacial chi dragon also shook violently. The ice dragonbone soul immediately let out an earth-shattering roar, its roar deafening. As Yin Zhaoge's palm left the dragonbone, his connection with the glacial dragonbone soul was immediately severed. On the other side, Yi Jing and Meng Wan were also no longer able to sense the situation on Yin Zhaoge's side. Just as they were still in shock, the ice dragonbone soul suddenly exploded with great strength, and the huge ice chi dragon skeleton twisted its body crazily. A huge whirlpool reappeared in the cold pond. The violent water and the collapsed stone walls scattered in all directions. The frigid ice chi dragon skeleton suddenly raised its head and rammed into Meng Wan's body. Meng Wan barely managed to block it. Her whole body shook violently, and she could no longer hold onto the white silk. Yi Jing gave a muffled groan. Having lost Meng Wan's guidance, his entire person was swept into an underground river by the pond water, and in an instant he was swept away to who knows where. The sun could not be seen in the water, and it was completely dark. Yi Jing spun along with the flow of the water, his body constantly colliding against the stone walls of the river. He could only see stars before his eyes, the world turning upside down. Yin, Zhao. Yi Jing once again roared madly, but no sound came out. Only the icy, bone-chilling river water poured into his mouth, forcibly blocking the second half of his sentence. His body was once again covered in cuts and bruises, but it wasn't flesh and blood that flew everywhere, but streaks of flowing fire. Unfortunately, as soon as the flames appeared, they were drowned in the cold and turbulent river water. Meng Wan came back to her senses, but there was nothing she could do. In the turbulent pool water, it was difficult to even protect herself. She could only forcefully stabilize her body and wait for the water to calm down before she dared to move. Within the glacial valley on the other side, Yin Zhaoge was leisurely and contented as he once again placed his palm on the dragon tailbone, once more absorbing the remaining portion of the glacial dragonbone soul remaining within. It was supposed to be a beautiful first encounter, but it turned out to be like this. I wonder how big the shadow in someone's heart is right now. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback. You think it's over just like that? Kid, this is just the beginning. Go look for it. Follow the tremors of the earthquake and head north. You should be able to find a cave with a cold pool at the bottom. Yin Zhaoge instructed. The Sacred Sun Clan's maiden of extreme Yin, Meng Wan, should be nearby. Although Yi Jing was washed into the underground river, he is still in that area. With that area as the center, we'll expand our search in all directions. Oh, nodded. Yes, young master. Yin Zhaoge continued to remain at the bottom of the ice lake. Accompanied by the absorption of the glacial dragon bone soul, the restlessness of the glacial chi dragon skeleton had already begun to gradually subside. After having completely absorbed all of the glacial dragon bone soul, Yin Zhaoge's palm finally left the dragon tailbone before he pulled out the small metal plate from within. Ah, speaking of which, this thing still belongs to Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoge laughed unconcernedly. Let's collect some interest first. The ice-blue jade in his other hand had suddenly turned pure white, with the vague image of a dragon moving up and down within it. A series of dragon roars rang out from within, and the jade seemed to have a life of its own as it pulsed on its own. Even with the strength of Yin Zhaoge's hand, he actually felt a little like he was unable to hold on to it firmly. Yin Zhaoge exited the ice lake. Although Ahu had gone in search of the icy cold pool under orders, there were still a few black-clothed martial scholars waiting for him here. Leave 2 people behind to stand guard in this glacial valley. Then send someone to inform the clan to come and collect the glacial chi dragon skeleton. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's instructions, one of the black-clothed martial scholars replied, Yes, young master. Although the most valuable glacial dragon bone soul was gone, the glacial chi dragon skeleton still held a very high value. Yin Zhaoge left the glacial valley and headed north, in search of that icy cold pool. On the way, Yin Zhaoge held that piece of jade, his aura chi permeating within as he shook the glacial dragon bone soul. The glacial dragon bone soul resembled a streak of white light as it swam unceasingly within the jade. Stimulated by Yin Zhaoge's aura chi, it instantly surged towards his body. The strength of its strength caused Yin Zhaoge's body to feel numb for a moment. However, Yin Zhaoge did not mind it. With a silent cry, within the chi ocean of his dantian, a clear chi was born. It was Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage clear chi profound art. However, unlike other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, within the clear chi within Yin Zhaoge's dantian, the phenomenon of chaos actually vaguely appeared. This was the true martial foundation that Yin Zhaoge had obtained from cultivating in the supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times, the peerless heavenly scripture of the Divine Palace. All things, return to the infinity of chaos. And from the infinity of chaos, all things could be born. Stimulated by the cold chi of the glacial dragon bone soul, this mass of chaos immediately transformed into an extremely hot chi, merging with the cold chi before returning to chaos once more. And during this process, the aura chi, circulating around Yin Zhaoge's body, grew more and more vigorous and domineering. Within the various major acupoints of his body, an ice-blue fog vaguely coiled about, manifesting the image of an ice dragon. Within each of those acupoints, an ice dragon coiled about. The numerous dragons roared together, the scales on their entire bodies pulsing as they manifested their surging strength. After cultivating for 36 major cycles, Yin Zhaoge temporarily stopped his cultivation, keeping the glacial dragon essence jade well, before taking out that small metal plate once more. He saw that the patterns on the metal plate were already no longer damaged, as the contents of the ancient characters could be discerned. Myriad stars congregate, dragons enter the sea, desolate ancient cold abyss, reverse scale shocks moon. This glacial chi dragon whose bones are buried here is indeed related to that glacial dragon martial saint, and that glacial dragon martial saint seems to be related to some profundities of dragons entering the sea. Are these words a hint, a message, or a warning? Yin Zhaoga smiled, shaking his head. Interesting, interesting. As for the martial legacy that the glacial dragon martial saint might have left behind, Yin Zhaoga did not place much importance on it. However, the whereabouts of this sacred artifact from that year were unknown. To the current Yin Zhaoga, it was something that held a lot of attraction. However, there were currently few clues, and it could be considered a rather distant matter. What Yin Zhaoga was currently interested in was firstly Yi Jing's whereabouts, and secondly Ming, one who had also been within the icy cold pond earlier. Maiden of extreme Yin, Yin Zhaoga laughed bitterly. In the vast heaven domain, not being able to find a single maiden of extreme Yin, Broad Creed Mountain's luck is really bad. Maidens of extreme Yin were too rare, and not every sacred ground had one. Therefore, in the previous two extreme Yin bouts, Broad Creed Mountain had only been able to watch helplessly as other powers' maidens of extreme Yin competed, with the victor keeping the extreme Yin crown for themselves. This caused Yin Zhaoga to feel very sad. While Yin Zhaoga did not have much understanding of the extreme Yin crown, which had appeared in this world following the Great Calamity, within the records of the Divine Palace of before the Great Calamity, there had been a peak cultivation technique that was exceptionally suitable for female martial practitioners of the extreme Yin physique to cultivate in, definitely surpassing any of the current ones of the Eight Extremities world. If Broad Creed Mountain had such a disciple, even if other than possessing the extreme Yin physique, her talent in the martial Tao was mediocre, Yin Zhaoga would still have full confidence of being able to groom her well enough to contest for the extreme Yin crown. However, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Whatever he said would be pointless. Chapter 40. In the Central Heaven region, deep within the mountains of Broad Creed Mountain, there was a cave manor. This was where Broad Creed Mountain disciples went into secluded cultivation. The stone door outside the cave, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened slowly. A girl of only 15 or 16 years of age walked out. She was dressed in a white dress, giving the mottled forest a bright tint of color, resembling a lily quietly blooming in the night. Outside the cave, two youths were waiting. Seeing the girl come out, their faces revealed smiles. Junior apprentice Sister Lin has come out of seclusion? Lin Yuxiao smiled warmly, first bowing to the two, senior apprentice brother. The two youths returned her greeting, one of them smiling. Congratulations, Junior apprentice Sister Lin, for making a huge breakthrough in secluded cultivation. If you complete a few more missions, you should be able to wear a blue robe. According to Broad Creed Mountain's rules, ordinary young disciples were all dressed in white. Yi Jing, Lan Wenyin, and the others, as well as Lin Yuxiao's group of 3, were all like this. Those with outstanding talent, cultivation reaching a certain realm, and having gone through enough trials and training, wearing a blue robe over their white robes, were usually referred to as elite disciples. They were the focus of the clan's nurturing, such as Si Kongqing. Above them was Yin Zhaoga, who wore a blue robe over his white robe, his robe edged with black. He was known as a core, direct disciple, but his status was different. His authority and treatment were the highest, and he was also the rarest. Lin Yuxiao smiled. My cultivation time is short, my foundation is not stable, and I also lack experience in adventuring outside. I'm still a long way from becoming a blue-robed disciple. In the future, if I have the chance to go out adventuring with my 2 senior apprentice brothers, please give me some pointers. The 2 youths looked at each other, both smiling, thinking, with senior apprentice brother Yin that tree to shelter you from the wind and rain, what mission can you not pass? However, the other party was humble and obedient, not taking advantage of Yin Zhaoga to intimidate him. This naturally made the 2 happy, laughing together, with senior apprentice brother Yin leading you. What need is there for us? On the contrary, if we can go adventuring together with senior apprentice brother Yin, it will be a huge opportunity for us. At that time, I hope junior apprentice Sister Lin can mention our names in front of senior apprentice brother Yin. Lin Yuxiao smiled. Senior apprentice brother Yan's experience is much higher than ours. He naturally has his own ideas. But personally speaking, I hope to travel with you 2 senior brothers. The 2 opposite them both smiled. Everyone knew that the true decision-maker would still be Yin Zhaoga. Still, Lin Yuxiao's stance was already sufficient for them. Lin Yuxiao asked, "Senior apprentice brothers, do you know if senior apprentice brother Yin is currently at the clan?" A broad Creed Mountain disciple shook his head. A while ago, senior apprentice brother Yin led a group of fellow disciples to the sealing dragon abyss in the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom. Afterwards, he stayed there and has yet to return to the mountain. East Heaven Continent, Eastern Tang Kingdom. Lin Yuxiao was silent for a moment, her eyes drifting for a moment, but she quickly recovered. That broad Creed Mountain disciple glanced at her, hesitating slightly before continuing. Junior apprentice brother Yi Jing also went along. I heard that he seems to have gone missing. Lin Yuxiao's eyes flickered, and her body stiffened. She heard the man continue. However, it's just a missing person. It's still uncertain whether he's dead or alive. The other person looked at Lin Yuxiao and suddenly said in a low voice, Senior apprentice sister Sikong also went along. There are rumors that after leaving the sealing dragon abyss this time, her attitude towards senior apprentice brother Yin seemed to have changed somewhat. Lin Yuxiao was silent for a moment, then her expression gradually returned to normal. She softly said, I hope that Yi, junior apprentice brother, is blessed by the heavens. Regardless of what happened before, they were all from the same clan after all. What she said was completely normal. It was just that the two Broad Creed Mountain disciples looked at each other, a strange smile on their faces. They nodded in agreement. That's right. I hope that he's blessed by the heavens. The three of them said their goodbyes. Lin Yuxiao stood quietly outside the stone manor, as if she were a statue, not moving at all. After a long time, she let out a light sigh, finally feeling a bit angry. After reporting the results of her secluded cultivation to the elders of the clan, Lin Yuxiao requested to leave the mountain and head to the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom. That was also her hometown. Hearing her request, the elders' gaze inevitably became a bit ambiguous. Everyone knew that Yin Zhaoge was currently in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. However, the elder did not stop her and very straightforwardly approved her request. Lin Yuxiao was as gentle and polite as ever. She excused herself, then returned to her residence, packed her belongings, and left the clan. It was just that under her calm exterior, her emotions were extremely complicated. Even she herself could not understand why she wanted to head to the Eastern Tang Kingdom so urgently. Yin Zhaoge was currently in the Luliao Mountains, waiting for the report of his subordinates, searching for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. Young master, Miss Lin has left seclusion and is currently heading over to the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Receiving his subordinate's report, Yin Zhaoge blinked his eyes, feeling curious. Why is she in such a hurry to come over? For someone who had never met, never spoken to, never communicated with, and could only search through the memories of his body's original owner, Yin Zhaoge currently did not have much of an impression of Lin Yuxiao. There were no good or bad feelings. Regarding the opinions and understanding of these people who had interacted with his body's original owner, Yin Zhaoge believed in personally interacting with them and understanding them. The original owner's memories were just data. Although this junior apprentice sister Lin could be considered the original source of conflict between him and Yi Jing. In the end, this girl and the original owner of his current body had some sort of relationship. In the eyes of others, she and he were still lovers. Oh, since she has finally left seclusion, let's first meet her and see what kind of person she is. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, then retracted his thoughts and once again focused on the matter of searching for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. If we can find them, then we'll search. If we can't, it's fine too, Yin Zhaoge said carelessly. However, if we find Yi Jing's whereabouts, don't make a move. Ascertaining his whereabouts is enough. I will personally deal with him. The others only thought that Yin Zhaoge wanted to personally take action to vent his anger, so of course they agreed. But that Meng Wan, Yin Zhaoge pondered in his heart, Chao Yuanlong, Xiao Shun, Meng Wan. The Sun Saint clan's people have gathered so densely around the sealing dragon abyss and the Luliao Mountains. What are they doing here? Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued a little. Information on the Sun Saint clan side was naturally much more difficult to gather. The information Yin Zhaoga had on hand was also fragmented and simple. The only thing he could be sure of was that they did not come for the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss, but rather seemed to be searching for something. From the looks of it, it seemed more like their personal actions, and not that the Sun Saint clan had sent them. Young Master. A black-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Whose whereabouts have you found?" "That maiden of extreme een of the Sun Saint clan." Yin Zhaoga nonchalantly snapped his fingers. "Lead the way. Let's go take a look together. As for Ahu, let him continue searching for Yi Jing." It was rare that Meng Wan was alone far from the clan, and from the looks of it, it also did not seem like the Sun Saint clan had experts hidden behind her, setting up an ambush. If there was no chance, then so be it. If there was a chance, and he did not do something, Yin Zhaoga felt that he would not have the face to return to Broadcrete Mountain. In a battle between two sacred grounds, if there was no third party interfering, just one side having a martial saint or a sacred artifact, it would already be able to affect the balance of the battle, even determining victory or defeat. Not to mention the fact that the extreme Een crown was not something that ordinary sacred artifacts could compare to. If the Maiden of Extreme Een who wielded it stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm, its power would be even greater. The only problem was, if he did something, to what extent? Kill her? That seemed a little too ruthless. And if the news leaked, the entire Sun Saint clan would go berserk, and the result would immediately be an all-out war between the two sacred grounds. Previously in the icy cold pond, Meng Wan had already suffered some injuries. Would these injuries ensure that she would be defeated in the next extreme Een bout? Yin Zhaoga pondered as he sped through the mountains. Young Master. At this time, another subordinate came to report there are other Sun Saint clan disciples moving around nearby. They should be the people who had traveled with Chao Yuanlong. Chapter 41. Following Meng Wan's trail, he lost track of her after a period of time. While Yin Zhaoga felt some regret, he did not mind it too much. However, not long after, his subordinates sent back news that they had found Meng Wan's whereabouts again. Yin Zhaoga and the others didn't think too much about it as they followed her once more. However, after traversing mountains and traversing ravines for a period of time, the woman's tracks vanished once more. "There's a problem." Repeating this, Yin Zhaoga halted, his gaze deep and distant. A black-clothed grandmaster beside him nodded. "It seems to be leading us somewhere." Yin Zhaoga looked at the lofty mountain range before him. "Ambush? It doesn't seem like it. We've passed many places suitable for ambushes along the way." After pondering for a moment, a faint smile surfaced at the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth. "Let's see what you're up to." Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating for the crowd to disperse. The black-clothed cultivators around him immediately scattered into the dense forest. Yin Zhaoga continued traversing through the forest. After a moment, a black-clothed martial practitioner suddenly reported, "Young Master, there are Sacred Sun Clan disciples moving about in the vicinity of a valley 2 li east of here." As Yin Zhaoga looked at the other party, that black-clothed martial practitioner nodded. "They're all young disciples of the body refinement stage, people who accompanied Chao Yuanlong into the sealing dragon abyss back then. Let's go take a look." Yin Zhaoga headed east. Everyone concealed their tracks and silently arrived near the valley. They climbed up a mountain ridge and looked into the valley. In the valley, there were already 2 groups of people facing off against each other. On one side, there were 3 people, all dressed in white with a sun diagram embroidered on their sleeves. They were precisely disciples of the Sacred Sun clan. The 3 of them spread out in a fan shape, vaguely forming an encirclement, their gazes all focused on one person. The one confronting them was a young girl. White robes, black saber, black hair like a waterfall. Crouching beside the young girl was a small black dog, currently staring warily at the 3 Sacred Sun clan disciples surrounding its owner. Yin Zhaoga's gaze fell on the saber in that girl's hands. The blade was as black as ink. Under the sunlight, it did not reflect any light at all, as if it was not made of metal, but black charcoal. However, even from a great distance away, Yin Zhaoge could still feel the sharpness emanating from that jet-black saber, causing a chill to run through one's entire body. The girl's hand steadily held the long sword, not moving in the slightest. Although he was dressed in white, different from the usual attire of the Sacred Sun clan disciples. However, just looking at the way she raised her saber, Yin Zhaoge's eyelids twitched. Ah, west-tilting heaven incinerating saber. The west-tilting heaven incinerating saber, along with the heaven-striking palm and the sunset thousand illusory palms, was a direct lineage martial art of the Sacred Sun clan of the Seven Great Sun Arts, a famed saber art that was publicly acknowledged throughout the world. This white-clothed girl was clearly also from the Sacred Sun clan. Is someone being hunted for stealing martial arts? Or is it an internal strife? Yin Zhaoge's interest was aroused as he got his black-clothed martial practitioners to disperse, continuing to search for Meng, one on one hand, while standing guard on the outskirts of the valley on the other. Those three Sacred Sun clan disciples were currently all focused on the white-clothed girl. One of the slightly older youths said, "Junior sister Feng, we are just helping senior brother Xiao. Please don't blame us for offending you." The white-clothed girl smiled and said, "There's no point in talking too much. In the end, we still have to fight to see who's the real deal. I don't think you have any intention of making way for me." The girl's words flowed like a string of pearls. She spoke very quickly, but she was straightforward and efficient. Everyone could hear every word clearly. Although she was surrounded by powerful enemies, her expression did not change as she smiled and talked as though nothing had happened. Another younger Sacred Sun clan disciple smiled and said, "We naturally won't make way for you, but there also doesn't seem to be a need to fight, right? Senior sister Feng, it is true that you once stepped into the martial scholar realm, but that was in the past. Now that your old injuries have yet to heal, you have new ones as well. You are unable to circulate your aura qi, and your inner qi is also very weak. You don't even have half of your full strength left. Don't waste your energy struggling. Just obediently follow us back to see senior brother Xiao. Otherwise, if we fight and you get injured a little more, how can we bear to see that happen?" The spectating Yin Zhaoge smiled. Although they seemed to hold the absolute advantage, the west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber was ferocious and violent. If the girl went all out, the Sacred Sun clan disciples would also be worried about being injured. Being able to use words to break down the opponent's fighting spirit was naturally the best. At the very least, the signal had already been sent. As time dragged on, the others of the Sacred Sun clan would soon arrive. At that time, capturing the girl before them would be as easy as flipping a palm. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, that girl was a rare beauty. While she was not as beautiful as Meng Wan or Si Kongqing, she was at least on the same level as Lin Yuxiao. She had an oval face, her features gentle and beautiful. Her ears were a little too big, being a little lacking in perfection. However, within her eyes, a heroic spirit that was rarely found in females could be seen. Unlike Meng Wan, Si Kongqing, and Lin Yuxiao, she was a beauty who was more and more enduring the more one looked at her. Observing her carefully, she also seemed not inferior to Meng Wan and Si Kongqing. It was just that Yin Zhaoge could see that other than the heroic spirit in this girl's eyes, there was also a killing intent that far surpassed the norm. That jet-black saber of hers had truly seen blood before. The girl laughed. "Then what are you still waiting for? Come up and capture me. Why the need to be tough on the outside, but weak on the inside? 3 against 1. You still need to be so careful?" She looked smilingly at the Sacred Sun clan disciple opposite her. A spearhead that looks like silver, good for looks, but useless. The expression on that Sacred Sun clan disciple's face changed slightly as he snorted, staring at the girl, his smile gradually turning venomous. "It feels like senior apprentice Sister Feng has been lacking men these days. I wonder how you're going to solve this problem. Could it be that you're going to use that black dog by your feet? No wonder you've always been carrying it. However, being together with a dog is really too hard on you, senior apprentice sister. Do you want me, your junior apprentice brother, to help you?" Hearing his words, that girl was not angered as she said leisurely, "A pity that you guessed wrong. My family's little meaty is female. The little black dog by her feet let out 2 whimpers, staring viciously at that sacred Sun clan disciple. However, if one looked carefully, it indeed did not have a handle on its crotch. The girl said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "As for a small toothpick like yours, junior apprentice brother, you can just forget about it. Folded into 2 and put together, it would only be the thickness of 2 toothpicks. Any girl would not be able to use it." Hearing her words, that sacred Sun clan disciple was so angered that his face turned pale. Another person by the side snorted, staring at the girl as he smiled maliciously. "Senior apprentice sister knows junior apprentice brother Kai's size so well. It looks like you've experimented with it before, I guessed." The girl smiled nonchalantly. "As for whether I guessed right or wrong, this junior apprentice brother Kai, why don't we all take a look now and know?" Not just that junior apprentice brother Kai, who was flustered and exasperated. Even the spectating Yin Zhaoge currently had a dazed look on his face. "Girl, while we of the pugilistic world do not bother with trifles, with your appearance and posture, there's an 80% chance that you're still a virgin, and a 20% chance that you're also the type that doesn't have much experience in that area." Speaking so fiercely, comparing who's dirtier with a man, is that appropriate? That sacred Sun clan disciple, surnamed Kai, flew into a rage out of humiliation, laughing savagely as he walked towards the girl. "Whether or not I'm a toothpick, you'll know in a bit." Raising her brows, the girl said calmly, "This junior apprentice brother, you actually only need to stand where you are, because senior apprentice sister, I will go over." Before her words had landed, the saber light had already risen, resembling the great sun slanting to the west, the sun descending. Chapter 42. Her hand was like jade, and her blade was like ink. What was stirred up were golden waves, like the blazing sun. The great sun was no longer hanging high in the sky. Instead, it drew a magnificent and graceful arc as it descended from the sky, burning everything in its path. The saber wind was piercingly cold, and the 3 sacred Sun clan disciples all felt a sense of suffocation, all of them panic-stricken. Her cultivation has fallen, and she's seriously injured. She can't use the full power of this precious weapon, so how can her blade force be so fierce? On the mountain ridge, seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge's eyes also lit up. Not bad. It would have been fine if they hadn't made a move. However, as soon as they did, with just a single exchange, Yin Zhaoge knew that the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The girl was indeed heavily injured and couldn't use her original cultivation. Not to mention that the gang qi of a grandmaster martial artist could not be activated. Even the internal qi was extremely weak. Body refinement martial artists had 3 realms: corporeal body, meridian opening, and qi conducting. At most, she could only display the standard of the qi conducting initial stage. The 3 opponents she faced were all at the initial stage of the qi guiding realm. But even so, 1 against 3, victory would still belong to this girl. She was once a grandmaster, so her eyesight and experience far surpassed her 3 opponents. However, the fact that she was able to win so easily showed that her understanding and mastery of the martial arts she practiced was much stronger than her opponents. Just looking at this saber, Yin Zhaoge could say with certainty that if they were at the same cultivation level, even Xiao Shun might not be this girl's match. When did the Sacred Sun clan produce such an outstanding disciple? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. From the looks of it, he should only be 17 or 18 years old. The 3 Sacred Sun clan disciples also had an artifact. Right now, all of them were body refinement martial artists, but none of them could fully activate the power of their precious weapons. However, the girl's black saber was able to suppress her opponent's precious weapon. Wherever the blade pointed, the wind and clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and the sun tilted to the west. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Sacred Sun clan disciples had all been defeated. The girl held the black saber in her hand and stood in front of them. She smiled lightly and said, "I already said, all you have to do is wait where you are." That Sacred Sun clan disciple surnamed Kai cried out in shock, "You dare to touch us? Senior brother Xiao and the sect will not let you off. Your grandmaster is dead, and now your master is also dead. No one can protect you anymore. The girl's body swayed, and the smile on her face disappeared. She stared at him and asked, "You said something happened to my master? Who did it?" Junior apprentice Brother Kai snorted. "A while ago, there was a small-scale invasion by the Flame Devils on the Eastern Sea. Your master just happened to be on guard duty and was killed by the Flame Devils during the conflict. Do you understand now? Your backers are all gone. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll suffer." The young girl took a deep breath, and her expression returned to normal. She looked at Junior Brother Kai and the other two. "You don't understand. It's not my master who is protecting me. It's her who is protecting you." The three of them were stunned. Before they could react, the saber flashed. Junior Brother Kai's head flew into the sky, leaving the other two dumbfounded. The girl said calmly, "In the past 2 years, you and your fellow disciples have chased after me many times. I have defeated you, but I have left you alive more than once. I have often exposed my whereabouts, adding a lot of danger. When I fought with you, because I didn't go all out, I ended up adding unnecessary injuries to myself. You think I'm lenient? Ever since I escaped from the clan, I've roamed the world alone. Along the way, the number of people I've killed is even more than the 3 of you combined in your entire lives. But I've never killed anyone from my clan. Do you think I'm afraid of falling out with you? What a joke. From that day onwards, we've long since fallen out." Saying so, the girl slashed out again, killing another person. "I didn't kill you only because I didn't want to make things difficult for my master who's still in the clan. Now that master is no longer here, I have no more reservations. This Sacred Sun clan, I'm rebelling." Her third slash, and yet another head fell to the ground. "At most, I'll die. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'll still have you to carry my coffin." Having killed 3 people on the spot, the girl's expression did not change as she kept her black saber, looking indifferently at her dead fellow disciples. Sorrow gradually appeared in her eyes, not for the 3 before her, but for her master. The Sacred Sun clan is indeed not easy to rebel against. It's very likely that only death awaits you. A voice suddenly resounded by her ear. Startled, the girl turned to look, only to see a white-clothed youth with a black-bordered blue robe appearing before her. Someone from Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed, young Master Yin Zhaoga? The girl very quickly calmed down. Portraits of Yin Zhaoga's appearance had circulated quite a bit in the 8 Extremities world, and she could also recognize him. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "I don't know what rules you've broken to the Sacred Sun clan, being hunted down, but if it was just some small scuffles between some younger generation disciples before this, what you'll be facing now will be the pursuit of true experts. Right, you know who I am. I still don't know how I should address you." The girl nodded, naturally and gracefully. "My surname is Feng Yunsheng." Yin Zhaoga tilted his head slightly, glancing at her. Good name. As the saber light rises, the winds and clouds arise. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng said straightforwardly, "I wonder what Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's intentions are. If you want to capture me and hand me over to the Sacred Sun clan, your cultivation is too high, and I won't be able to escape. But I also won't allow myself to be captured without a fight, even if the result would only be seeking my own humiliation. If you don't capture me, I would rather seek refuge in Broad Creed Mountain. I wonder how much hope there is?" Taking in a disciple who had betrayed the Sacred Sun clan was not a small matter. Even if Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had always been at odds, they wouldn't do something like this, as it might cause the 2 sacred grounds to go to war. Feng Yunsheng also understood this principle. "I'll boast shamelessly. After recuperating from my injuries in the path of the martial Tao, I can also be considered a seedling with potential worthy of grooming. At the very least, I won't be inferior to Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuanlong. I can provide some information on the Sacred Sun clan, but not much, especially their martial legacies. I'm afraid I cannot provide them. While my master has already passed away, I believe that she wouldn't wish for me to do such a thing. However, the information that I can provide also has some value." Feng Yunxing's mouth was fast, but her words were clear and logical. I know that the chips I have on hand are limited and also don't dare to hold too much hope. If senior apprentice brother Yin doesn't capture me, and Broad Creed Mountain also has no interest in me, can you pretend that you have never seen me and let me leave? Yin Zhaoge listened rather interestedly to her words, chuckling, interesting. Since you've come straight to the point, I won't beat around the bush. You yourself also said that your chips are limited. Therefore, if you want our clan to take you in and help you resist the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, the possibility of that is limited. At the very least, if our clan disregards everything to keep someone here, Feng Yunsheng doesn't have the weight to do so. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he glanced at Feng Yunsheng. However, if it's Feng Muge, the situation might be different. Chapter 43. Surnamed Feng, female. Comparing her age, Yin Zhaoge recalled for a long time before finally recalling a vague piece of information. The Sacred Sun clan had been the first sacred ground to discover the method of controlling the extreme Yin crown, and also the first sacred ground to begin collecting maidens of extreme Yin. Initially, the Sacred Sun clan had kept the news strictly under wraps, keeping it confidential. The other sacred grounds had not known the specific information regarding the maidens of extreme Yin that the Sacred Sun clan had raised. Broad Creed Mountain and the other sacred grounds had collected it for a long time, but the valuable information had also been few and far between. The Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme Yin was a female disciple called Feng Muge. Sadly, other than her name, there had been no other valuable information, not even her appearance or any special characteristics. However, 2 years ago, when the first extreme Yin bout had been held, it had been Meng Wan who had soared into the world. After that, the rumors regarding Feng Muge had been thought to be a smokescreen that the Sacred Sun clan itself had spread. However, looking at the Feng Yunsheng before him now, Yin Zhaoge inevitably made some connections. If it was a maiden of extreme Yin who could help Broad Creed Mountain obtain the extreme Yin crown, her weight would naturally be completely different from that of the other Sacred Sun clan disciples who had betrayed the clan. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The Sacred Sun clan had Meng Wan, but Broad Creed Mountain had not had a maiden of extreme Yin till now. Before escaping from the clan, Feng Muge was already Feng Yunsheng. However, hearing Feng Yunsheng's words, looking at her expression again, Yin Zhaoge's heart instantly sunk slightly. The other party's words clearly did not mean that she was cutting off the past and bidding farewell to the Sacred Sun clan. Your extreme Yin physique, something happened to it? Yin Zhaoge frowned, asking, before escaping from the Sacred Sun clan, you already lost your extreme Yin physique? Thinking carefully, this was very likely. Otherwise, the Sacred Sun clan would not have allowed a maiden of extreme Yin to wander outside. Even if they already had Meng Wan, they could not tolerate the possibility of Feng Yunsheng joining another Sacred Sun clan. At the same time, even if they already had Meng Wan, the Sacred Sun clan would still put in effort to raise Feng Yunsheng. Not speaking of Feng Yunsheng's outstanding talent in the martial Dao, just the fact that the Sacred Sun clan had 2 maidens of extreme Yin, while the resources they expended would be even greater, they would only be happier. With the pressure of the Flame Devil world outside, and the limited number of maidens of extreme Yin, the Sacred Clan, the Sacred Grounds could only send a single person to the Sacred Ground. To the Sacred Sun Clan, Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan were double insurance. Feng Yunsheng regained her composure. Smiling, she said, if Feng Yunsheng was still Feng Muge, even if the Grandmaster had passed away, Xiao Shun would not have dared to mess around. What happened after that would not have happened. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Xiao Shun, Chao Yuan Long, and the others were indeed looking for you. You entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss before? Feng Yunsheng straightforwardly said, that's right. In order to hide my tracks and shake off my pursuers, I hid in the Sealing Dragon Abyss for a while. Now that I'm covered in injuries, part of it is because of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. How did you lose your extreme body? One time, when I went out to train, I got close to the outskirts of hell and accidentally entered a land of Yin energy. The Yin energy was so extreme that it damaged my body. Although Yin Zhaoga's question was directed at her most painful scar, Feng Yunqing's expression did not change in the slightest. At that time, I felt that something was wrong. After I returned to the mountain, I discovered that the power of Yin in my body was weakening continuously. In the end, it gradually disappeared. Feng Yinsheng let out a derisive laugh, her gaze carrying some disgust. At that time, Grandmaster had just passed away not long ago, and I just happened to lose my extreme body. Xiaoshan came up with some devious ideas, wanted to take advantage of me. In the end, he was heavily injured by me using the protective treasure that Grandmaster had left behind. His maternal grandfather was enraged, distorting the truth and slandering me for failing to seduce Xiaoshan. Feeling humiliated and enraged, he plotted to injure Xiaoshan, wanting to kill me to vent his anger. Luckily, I received the news early, and my master helped me in secret. Only then was I able to escape from the clan. Yin Zhaoga looked rather interestedly at Feng Yinsheng, suddenly laughing. Oh? Could it be that what Xiaoshan said was the truth, and now you're instead trying to quibble, trying to deceive me? Feng Yinsheng laughed. Even if I really wanted to chase after a man, I also wouldn't look for that Xiaoshan. I didn't have much contact with Huang Jie, so I didn't understand him. Isn't senior brother Tang much stronger than him? Yin Zhaoga shrugged, smiling but not saying anything. If reason really had been completely on Xiaoshan's side, the clan would have long since sent out experts to capture Feng Yinsheng back. It wouldn't have been just some younger disciples who were closer to Xiaoshan chasing after her. Although Xiaoshan's maternal grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, he was still far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Feng Yunqing's grandmaster had died, but the Sacred Sun clan naturally still had Xiaoshan's maternal grandfather's enemies to keep him in check. However, to say that he would uphold justice for Feng Yinsheng, that might not be the case. Xiaoshan and Feng Yunqing's private conflict, lacking witnesses, each of them sticking to their own version of events. Feng Yinsheng hadn't had her virginity taken by Xiaoshan, but Xiaoshan had truly been heavily injured by her. I betrayed the Sacred Sun clan, and even killed the three of them. The Sacred Sun clan definitely won't let this matter rest. Feng Yinsheng said calmly, my own clan still leans towards the grandson of the Grand Elder, rather than me, who has lost my extreme physique. It is also normal for your clan to abandon me. I only hope that senior brother Yin will not make things difficult for me, and let me leave on my own. The Sacred Sun clan's pursuit is frightening, but at most, it would just be death. I might still be able to forge a path of survival. Even without the extreme physique, I still have the saber in my hands. If there's hope, I have to try. If there's no hope, I have to try. Yin Zhaoga didn't speak, just carefully appraising her. Feng Yinsheng frowned slightly. She didn't see any evil intent within Yin Zhaoga's gaze. However, if she stayed here for too long, the other Sacred Sun clan people would very likely find their way here. It was just that Yin Zhaoga didn't speak, and she also couldn't just leave. Feng Yinsheng shook her head, stooped down, and emptied the belongings of the three corpses. Then, she brandished the jet-black saber in her hands, activating what little internal qi she had left, activating the power of her weapon. The spiritual qi of the artifact transformed into a tangible blazing fire, landing on the three corpses, instantly burning them up fiercely, engulfing them. Yin Zhaoga suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist. Feng Yinsheng didn't feel embarrassed, instead raising her brows, staring straight at Yin Zhaoga, not saying a word. Yin Zhaoga ignored her, instead pondering for a moment. The corners of his mouth gradually revealed a hint of a smile. Feng Yinsheng, it might not be impossible for her to become Feng Muge again. Feng Yinsheng was startled. The Sacred Sun clan's chief personally made the judgment, and all the peak experts of the clan who aren't in secluded cultivation are also what they say doesn't count. Yin Zhaoga said casually. Feng Yinsheng opened her mouth, looking at Yin Zhaoga for a long time, unable to speak. After a long time, the girl revealed a bitter expression for the first time. You're even more confident than me. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from. If I can regain my extreme Yin physique, I'll be the one benefiting from it. Of course I'll be happy. Senior apprentice brother, Yin means that Broadcreed Mountain could take me in? I wonder how much of a decision senior apprentice brother Yin can make in this matter. Yin Zhaoga smiled, just about to speak, when his ears suddenly twitched. Outside the valley, there were also black-clothed martial practitioners flashing, moving closer to Yin Zhaoga. Someone was approaching the valley, and with ill intentions, with an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 44. A cold light flickered within his slits-like eyes, as venomous as a snake's. Even his rough voice was unable to break through that cold feeling. Good, good. Today really wasn't a waste for me, meeting the two of you on the same day, in the same place. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Shun's bearded face. Yin Zhaoga tilted his head slightly, appraising Xiao Shun. This bearded face of yours, I always feel a little uncomfortable looking at it, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Hearing his words, the muscles at the corners of Xiao Shun's eyes twitched a few times. Yin Zhaoga, do you still remember when I said that the two of us still had plenty of time in the future? Never would I have thought that this day would come so quickly. Xiao Shun's gaze turned to Feng Yunsheng, his voice suddenly becoming much deeper. Junior apprentice Sister Feng, I also said back then that you wouldn't be able to escape. Feng Yunsheng said nonchalantly. From the looks of it, you were indeed injured quite badly back then. Xiao Shun stared fixedly at Feng Yunsheng. Junior apprentice Sister Feng, I already knew that you didn't fear death. Now that I think about it, it is even more so. But don't be anxious. I will let you know that in this world, there are many things that are even more terrifying than death. And at this moment, in front of me, your life and death are no longer up to you. Xiao Shun's voice suddenly became much gentler, yet revealed a bone-piercing chill. Believe me, even if you wanted to end yourself, it would be impossible. Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly. Her current cultivation base was only at the body refinement stage, while Xiao Shun was already at the late outer Aura Martial Scholar realm. The gap between the two was indeed so great that one side would not be able to control his own life and death. However, her hand gripped her saber even tighter, not a hint of fear in her expression. Xiao Shun, you should be thanking me for helping you remove your greatest weakness. Don't you feel that in these past 2 years, you've improved even faster than before? Xiao Shun's gaze grew increasingly gloomy. You're still so sharp-tongued. Very good. This is also what I like the most about you. Later, we'll have enough time to slowly reminisce. You can't be so fearless because you think that the person beside you can protect you, right? Then your eyesight really is a little too poor. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga burst out laughing. The sacred sun saint puppet that was shattered by you yourself is watching you from the skies. Xiao Shun was not angered by his words, instead nodding his head. That's right, Yin Zhaoga, you do have some skills. I have to admit, I underestimated you. However, if you think that you've defeated me just because you took advantage of me, then you're deceiving yourself too much. As Xiao Shun spoke, his body did not move from his original spot. However, a vigorous Gang Qi was being released from his body. As the stellar energy circulated, a faint metallic luster flickered, becoming more and more dazzling. In that instant, Xiao Shun's body seemed to be enveloped by a golden halo. In the next moment, rays of golden light flew out and circulated between heaven and earth. It was as if countless rays of sunlight had transformed into golden swords. The golden light instantly traversed a distance of 100 paces, passing behind Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. Amidst an ear-piercing sound, numerous streaks of golden light either pierced into mountain rocks or into the ground, riddling the valley behind Yin Zhaoga with countless holes. The golden light pierced into the rocky ground and did not dissipate for a long time. Resembling real weapons, they formed a semicircle, trapping Yin Zhaoga and the others within. The black-clothed martial practitioners behind Yin Zhaoga all frowned. Wielding qi 100 paces condensed into reality, Aura qi could be transformed into a tangible qi artifact. Whether in terms of attack or defense, it surpassed that of an early outer aura martial scholar. This was precisely the mark of a mid-outer aura martial scholar. Condensed into reality, aura chi could also be used for long-range attacks. Wielding chi 100 paces, arriving in an instant, making it hard for the opponent to run away. This was still not the end. His hand behind his back, Xiao Shan's body shockingly began to leave the ground, rising higher and higher, only stopping in midair. There was nothing beneath his feet. He just floated in midair, just like that. This, however, was the mark of a late outer aura martial scholar. Being even more condensed and vigorous than a mid-outer aura martial scholar, one's aura chi could allow one to float in the air for a short period of time, as well as move short distances. Against opponents who were unable to do the same, Xiao Shan would at least be able to remain undefeatable. It was very simple. If he couldn't beat his opponent, he would directly float into the air and increase the distance between them, while his opponent could only stare at him. Even if his opponent also condensed a chi artifact for long-range attacks, even wielding chi 100 paces, the closer the distance, the more powerful it would be. As Xiao Shan pulled away from his opponent, the point where their chi artifacts collided was closer to him, naturally giving him a great advantage. Earlier, when he had used the wooden puppet as a medium to compete with Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shan had indeed been dancing with his shackles on, not displaying his true strength at all. And now, he had truly displayed the nearly overwhelming difference in strength between a late outer aura martial scholar and an early outer aura martial scholar. Suppressing someone with a higher cultivation base was definitely not as simple as just saying it. Hovering in midair, Xiao Shan looked down at Yin Zhaoge from above. For me, a late outer aura martial scholar, to fight you, an early outer aura martial scholar, I believe that you won't accept it. However, if you want to interfere in Feng Muge's matter, then don't blame me. Even if your Broad Creed Mountain elders were here, this would still be the same principle. If you want to protect my Sacred Sun clan's escaped disciple, then this battle between you and me would no longer be an exchange of pointers. Looking down at Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shan suddenly laughed. I could even beat you to death on the spot. However, even if you didn't interfere in Feng Muge's matter, today would still be fun. It's just that it will be Junior Apprentice Brother Chao playing with you first. A group of white-clothed youths also appeared within the mountain valley. Their leader was precisely the Chao Yuanlong who had been defeated by Yin Zhaoge in the Sealing Dragon Abyss that day. Chao Yuanlong slowly let out a breath. Yin Zhaoge, this one wants to have another battle with you. Around his body, dazzling golden light once again shot out, resembling the light of countless needles. Previously, in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Chao Yuanlong had stimulated his aura chi, causing the ground beneath his feet to completely shatter. But now, on the ground where he had come into contact with his aura chi, countless pinholes had been left behind, resembling a beehive of ants. The penetrative power and cohesiveness of his aura chi were completely incomparable. On top of the numerous golden needle-like aura chi that Chao Yuanlong was emitting, a faint metallic light also shockingly flickered. Clearly, he had also stepped into the outer aura martial scholar realm. Looking at Chao Yuanlong, Feng Yinsheng raised her brows slightly. You are drawing the divine sun needles into your body, forcefully tempering your aura chi to the point where it can be released externally. A playful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. I've heard of it before, but in my memories, this method's side effects are great. It will cause your body to be plagued with pain day and night, making you wish you were dead. It will also greatly delay your future cultivation progress. Chao Yuanlong's face was indifferent. Compared to the humiliation you have given this one, what is this little bit of pain worth mentioning? If this hatred is not avenged, this one is not human. Saying so, Chao Yuanlong had already taken a step forward, directly arriving in front of Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows, and with a flick of his right sleeve, a green light flew out like lightning. Coiling Dragon Sleeve, good move. Chao Yuanlong roared, his hands suddenly intersecting. But it was not the heaven-striking palm. Those numerous needle-like golden aura chi actually became soft, resembling countless thin threads. The countless threads changed from hard to soft, resembling 10,000 snakes leaving their bodies, entangling the green sword light. Yin Zhaoga's sword light trembled, and numerous green sword orochi erupted, cutting apart the golden threads. But those threads seemed endless, unceasingly entangling Yin Zhaoga's sword, gradually exhausting Yin Zhaoga's sword energy. Carefully appraising Chao Yuanlong's martial Dao, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth twitched, and his expression became a little strange. Chao Yuanlong coldly said, "This one knew that you had reached the outer aura stage much earlier, but still did not hesitate to use the Divine Sun Needles to enter your body, speeding up your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar realm. It was all for the sake of cultivating in this martial Dao that counters your coiling dragon sleeve." Chapter 45. The sword light was like a dragon, soaring into the sky. However, thousands of golden snakes coiled around the azure dragon and kept biting it. The azure dragon shook its body, shaking the golden snakes to death. However, the golden snakes seemed to be endless. Gradually, the azure dragon lost its vitality and was unable to continue flying. It could only fall into the dust and be devoured by the 10,000 snakes. The snake's body was more flexible than the dragon's. As it coiled, it continuously dispelled the force. Chao Yuanlong's orochi, which had been tempered 100 times over, was actually able to resist Yin Zhaoga's coiling dragon sleeve. As the green sword light gradually faded, the bamboo branch within Yin Zhaoga's hands regained its original appearance. Chao Yuanlong's eyes erupted with a shocking light. "Yin Zhaoga, today, even if you used a real sword, it would still be hard for you to escape defeat. I won't destroy this bamboo of yours. Instead, I'll leave it for you. If I don't beat you until your face is covered in blood, I won't be able to vent my anger." Yin Zhaoga did not speak, only looking at Chao Yuanlong with a strange expression on his face. Feng Yinsheng also stared at Chao Yuanlong. Sky Snake Silk Hand? It's even more unpopular than the Golden Sun Needle energy art. I can't believe he actually succeeded. The snake-like hand of entangling silk, as the name suggested, was soft and flexible, capable of entangling and untying. It was an extremely fine and delicate martial art of capturing. It had been inadvertently obtained by a martial practitioner of the Sacred Sun clan, stored in the clan's martial repository. Because it was incompatible with the Sacred Sun clan's martial art, orochi, it required one to be in the outer aura realm, able to externalize orochi before one could cultivate it. Between different martial arts, sometimes there would indeed be mutual reinforcement and restraint. Having cultivated in this martial art, Chao Yuanlong had achieved great success in one fell swoop, and was now even more effective in restraining Yin Zhaoga's coiling dragon sleeve than his own 7 great sun arts. Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. "It's called the Heavenly Snake Silk Binding Hand?" Looking at the expression on Yin Zhaoga's face that seemed to be smiling whilst also not, Feng Yunsheng nodded in puzzlement. "Huh?" Yin Zhaoga didn't say anything else. He just stood there, smiling at Chao Yuanlong. As soon as he saw that smile, Chao Yuanlong couldn't help but get angry. He felt the long-healed scar on his face stinging again. He let out a shrill howl and waved his hands. Millions upon millions of golden snakes coiled around and attacked again. Standing in midair, Xiao Shun looked down at Yin Zhaoga from high above. "You can switch to another good weapon. You should have a spirit weapon, right? Why don't you take it out for me to see? However, since I am here today, I can lend my weapon to junior brother Chao anytime. Do you think you can still gain the upper hand in this aspect?" Before he had finished speaking, he saw Yin Zhaoga standing there, not moving an inch. Only when Chao Yuanlong was right in front of him did he suddenly make his move. He did not draw his sword. It was an attack. In a trance, everyone's vision darkened. Like a solar eclipse, Chao Yuanlong's entire body surged with stellar energy, and the radiance of the sun instantly dimmed. As Yin Zhaoga punched out, his arm seemed to have transformed into a massive python with 12 pairs of wings on its back. It coiled within the sea of stars, its length immeasurable. The heavenly Snake King. It was a legendary existence, and its strength was above that of many dragons. Yin Zhaoga's fist, his aura chi vibrating, resembling a heavenly serpent devouring the sun, instantly engulfed Chao Yuanlong. The incomparably gentle power did not even cause the slightest sound of the wind, but when it exploded, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. In the blink of an eye, Chao Yuanlong, who had been rushing towards Yin Zhaoga, was sent flying by Yin Zhaoga with a speed even faster than when he had left. Xiao Shun and Feng Yinsheng were both stunned. Then, they could only watch helplessly as Chao Yuanlong's body flew through the air in a parabolic arc, falling straight onto the ground. Like a dead fish with its stomach flipped upside down, he lay there twitching, yet unable to make a single sound. The Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had traveled alongside Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong were once again left staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed. What was this situation? Hadn't senior apprentice brother Chao already mastered the martial arts that specifically countered Yin Zhaoga's? Hadn't it been said that even if Yin Zhaoga had also become an outer aura martial scholar, he would still be certain of victory? Hadn't he still held the upper hand just now? How had it become like this in the blink of an eye? Looking at Chao Yuanlong lying on the ground, Yin Zhaoga did not know whether to be angry or to laugh. Heavenly Snake's silkworm hand. Hearing this name, I was just wondering why it looked so familiar. It's obviously derived from a branch of the Heavenly Snake King Fist of the Six Spirits' demonic fists. You only began cultivating in the Heavenly Snake Silkworm hand after becoming an early outer aura martial scholar, while I have been cultivating in it ever since arriving in this world. My Heavenly Snake King Fist against your Heavenly Snake Silkworm hand is the same rhythm as a father beating his son. You say, aren't you just delivering food to me? Yin Zhaoga retracted his fist, looking at Xiao Shun, spreading his hands apart. It seems like he can't play with me anymore. The shocked expression on Xiao Shun's face disappeared, and the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoga was filled with an unprecedented seriousness. However, it was also filled with an unprecedented coldness. They all say that the broad creed young master's sword is like a dragon, but it was all just a facade. Who would have thought that you had concealed yourself so deeply? Xiao Shun said slowly. Sadly, you still weren't smart enough and exposed yourself too early. If you had endured a little longer, you might have really become a huge threat in the future. Now, even if I have to bear the responsibility of inciting a war between two sacred grounds, I really do feel like killing you today. A cold light erupted from Xiao Shun's eyes, and his aura chi was completely released, resembling the sun. Numerous golden rays of light circulated between the heavens and the earth within a radius of several hundred meters, resembling countless sharp blades as they hovered above Yin Zhaoga's head. The pressure of a late outer aura martial scholar was fully displayed. Let alone Yin Zhaoga, who was directly facing it, even the surrounding Feng Yinsheng and the others, as well as the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples, all felt a suffocating feeling. Yin Zhaoga nodded nonchalantly. That's right. Amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, you are also an elite. Xiao Shun said mildly, I now admit that your ranking as one of the four young masters is not just for show. If we were at the same cultivation level, even I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat you. However, the difference in our cultivation levels is too great. If you were in the mid-outer aura stage, perhaps you would still be able to escape from my hands. The black-clothed martial practitioners accompanying Yin Zhaoga all fell silent. Their young master had just broken through to the outer aura stage not long ago, although he had very quickly completed the second cleansing of his marrows. Wanting to immediately break through once more was not really possible. The crowd of Sacred Sun Clan disciples all let out a sigh of relief. Although senior apprentice brother Chao had been defeated, fortunately, there was still senior apprentice brother Xiao. As for the suppression of cultivation levels and whatnot, they couldn't be bothered about it now. At this moment, Yin Zhaoga's gaze was instead directed towards Chao Yuanlong, who was being supported by his fellow disciples. I gave you a chance, which is why I clashed with you at the same cultivation level. Who would have thought that the result would be so laughable? Hearing his words, Chow Yuanlong's eyes widened. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Is mid-outer aura martial scholar very difficult? As he said this, the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered, streams of white qi vaguely surging, resembling an ice dragon soaring into the heavens. His qi and blood that resembled lead mercury surged, the aura qi around his body flickering with a metallic luster that grew more and more dazzling. Yin Zhaoge casually punched out with a heavenly snake king fist in midair, his roiling aura qi twisting and coiling, twisting into one, finally transforming into a thick black whip. The long black whip shook in midair, as an explosive sound resounded, resembling a sudden clap of thunder, condensing qi into a weapon as though it was real. Xiao Shun's eyes widened. Mid-outer aura stage. Chapter 46. Originally already heavily injured, he could no longer support his mind and directly fainted. His second crushing defeat at Yin Zhaoge's hands had already caused him to be depressed to the point of insanity. Now, seeing Yin Zhaoge actually advance a step further, stepping into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm as easily as if he was eating or drinking water, Chow Yuanlong completely collapsed. This way, what was the point of him forcefully breaking through to the outer aura martial scholar realm, enduring the immense side effects of the divine sun needle technique? In the sealing dragon abyss, everyone had clearly still been at the late inner aura martial scholar realm. In such a short period of time, how had Yin Zhaoge consecutively broken through such hurdles, advancing to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm so quickly? Could it be that everything that had happened in the sealing dragon abyss had all been an illusion? Other than Chow Yuanlong, the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had seen Yin Zhaoge in action in the sealing dragon abyss were all dumbfounded. Even Xiao Shun's body swayed, nearly falling straight down from midair. Fuck! Back then, how long did I take to advance from the late inner aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage? Xiao Shun stared wide-eyed, not even daring to continue thinking about it. Yin Zhaoge's aura qi condensed into a long whip in his hand, which he shook in midair, letting out another sound. Exposed too early? Endure it? Why should I endure it? Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. So what if you know? You speak as if you can do anything to me? In this world, there are naturally still many who can defeat me. But you, Xiao Shun, are not one of them. Yin Zhaoge waved his other hand, his aura qi condensing, transforming into a massive ice-blue sword in midair. The sword's blade shone with a cold light, the faint silhouette of a dragon flickering within. Numerous white ice danced, surrounding the sword, resembling an ice dragon concealed within the clouds. Xiao Shun sucked in a deep breath. Yin Zhaoge, you seem to have forgotten something. Right now, you are still only in the mid-outer aura stage. Unless you can immediately advance to the late outer aura stage, you will definitely die today. With a long howl, Xiao Shun descended from the skies with an enraged howl. Rays of golden light, resembling a rain of swords, descended towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge brandished his ice-blue sword in midair, resembling a divine dragon, soaring through the horizon as it hacked at the golden streaks of light one by one. Every single one of them was incomparably condensed, and might not necessarily be inferior to Yin Zhaoge's sword aura. However, Yin Zhaoge's sword aura was always able to strike at the weakest point of Xiao Shun's golden light. As a result, even though the energy swords were fighting against multiple enemies, they were still able to block the torrential golden light. It was just that those golden streaks of light were merely Xiao Shun's feints. Although the golden light had been shattered by the sword energy, it still lingered in the air like a mist and did not completely disappear. Many remnants of the golden light enveloped the surroundings, but it instead formed a scene of the setting sun shining in the evening. An icy cold smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Shun's mouth as he changed his palms, pushing them out towards Yin Zhaoge. The world formed of all-encompassing golden light forged of his aura qi collapsed towards its center, blasting towards Yin Zhaoge. The profundities of the sunset thousand illusory palms had been completely unleashed by Xiao Shun at this moment, and it was far from what he had displayed with the sacred sun saint puppet that day. The world before Yin Zhaoge's eyes resembled the darkest dusk at the moment when the sun had set, with only despair remaining before his eyes. Huh! With a light yell, Yin Zhaoge retracted his fists, bringing them back to his lower abdomen. His left hand was firmly pressed against his lower abdomen, not moving an inch. His right hand trembled slightly as he kept patting his body. His two hands, one active and one still, one yin and one yang, one steady and one agile, reached a perfect state of harmony. The ocean calming spirit fist of the demonic six spirits fist in his left hand transformed into the image of a spirit turtle. The heavenly snake king fist of the demonic six spirits fist in his right hand transformed into the image of a heavenly snake. The turtle and the snake intersected, movement and stillness combined, yin and yang intersecting. On the abdomen of the human body, hidden within the muscles and muscles, there was an acupoint called shangxiu, also known as the blood gate. It was the most important middle point of a martial artist's qi and blood circulation. Stimulating the blood gate, in coordination with his heart, caused the blood in his body to boil. His energy surged, and his potential burst forth. Before the great calamity, it had been mentioned in the Divine Palace's Zhenwu fifth scripture. Shang Chu of the blood gate, the god of true martial of the North Star. Two streams of qi and blood, one urgent, one slow, converged on Yin Zhaoge's Shangxiu acupoint, clumping together, resembling the chaotic origin embryo of the heavens and the earth at the beginning of time. The next moment, his qi and blood shook mightily, a powerful force that far surpassed his usual strength, erupting from within Yin Zhaoge's body. Both of his hands pushed forward horizontally. The energy in his left hand transformed into a huge shield that resembled a spirit turtle that stabilized the sea. The energy in his right hand turned into a thick whip, making him look like the king of heavenly snakes. The turtle and the snake intersected, rumbling forward together. The figure of a giant vaguely appeared. Northern Dipper Emperor. Turtle and snake combined attack, Zhenwu manifesting its divinity. Like a force that could push mountains and fill the seas, it pushed toward Xiao Shun, forcibly breaking through his sunset thousand illusory palms. Xiao Shun was greatly shocked. Changing his palm technique, the sunset turning into a remnant light, he hurriedly switched from attack to defense. The illusory remnant light was blurry and indistinct, making it hard for one to discern what was real and what was fake. Xiao Shun's figure rose rapidly in midair, relying on his late outer aura martial scholar's advantage of being able to float in midair. Only then was he able to avoid Yin Zhaoge's attack. His entire body instantly broke out in cold sweat. This is the strength that a mid-outer aura martial scholar can possess. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Mid-outer aura martial scholar is more than enough to beat you. Take another of my attacks. Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his feet, causing half the ground of the valley to collapse and cave in. Borrowing the force of his attacks, Yin Zhaoge shot into the air, shooting straight toward Xiao Shun like a cannonball. Xiao Shun snorted coldly. In midair, he suddenly leapt. His entire body was as swift and violent as thunder, as he instantly traversed a large distance, pulling apart the distance between him and Yin Zhaoge. Of the Sacred Sun Clan's direct lineage martial arts, one of the 7 great sun arts, the great sun rising east traversing heaven. The only pure movement technique of the 7 great sun arts, as it was executed, it was ferocious and swift, as unstoppable as the sun rising from the east. After having avoided Yin Zhaoge's attack with his movement technique, Xiao Shun's body immediately leapt again, instead lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. He wanted to take advantage of Yin Zhaoge's weakness of only being able to go up and down with his explosive power and not being able to continuously shift through the air like him. At this moment, Xiao Shun lunged forward, precisely wanting to trap Yin Zhaoge when his old strength had already been exhausted and when he had yet to generate any new strength. A golden wheel rose into the air, illuminating the surrounding area, directly smashing towards Yin Zhaoge. Spirit artifact, radiant sun wheel. Xiao Shun's face was ice cold as he used his full strength in his attack. Yin Zhaoge, however, had long since been prepared for this. The accumulated power of his Shangxiu acupoint erupted once more. His body that had originally already begun descending actually forcibly halted in midair for a moment. Yin Zhaoge's right sleeve spread out, and instantly a green light that resembled a dragon roared out. This time, the weapon in Yin Zhaoge's hand was no longer a bamboo branch, but rather a jade green sword. The spiritual light of the sword flickered, and from within emanated the clear and real roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens, and was not an illusory one at all. Spirit artifact, Jade Dragon Sword. Yin Zhaoge merged with the sword, shooting into the air, instantly piercing through the air, instantly arriving in front of Xiao Shun. Where the sword pointed, the 7 stars converged, the north shining, vast as the heavens. Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, one of the 8 extreme arts, Big Dipper Sword. Helpless, Xiao Shun could only use the Radiant Sun Wheel to resist Yin Zhaoge's Jade Dragon Sword. Chapter 47. Yin Zhaoge's left palm was a crimson purple. As his aura chi rose, it seemed as though it had condensed into an actual purple flame. Where the fiery light passed, Xiao Shun's aura chi instantly showed signs of collapsing. Under that palm, his entire body seemed as though it had been placed within a furnace, about to be burnt to ashes by the purple Tishita flames. Of the 8 extreme arts like the Big Dipper Sword, Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, Tishita Palm, Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun simultaneously let out light cries. Other than the Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel, treasures also lit up on their bodies. As they clashed in midair, each and every one of their treasures erupted with their own power, clashing against each other. As the people in the valley raised their heads to look, they saw brilliant light flickering in the sky, dazzling to the eyes. Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun, both equipped with treasures, instantly erupted together, attacking and defending as they clashed. The power of a large number of treasures canceled each other out. However, Yin Zhaoge's left Tishita palm did not let up, and still heavily struck Xiao Shun's body. Xiao Shun let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he was sent flying backwards. The crowd of Sacred Sun Clan disciples all let out shocked cries, their faces ashen. The late Outer Aura Martial Scholar Xiao Shun against the Mid-Outer Aura Martial Scholar Yin Zhaoge. The result was actually Xiao Shun's defeat. This result was even more shocking than when Yin Zhaoge had defeated Chao Yuanlong twice at the same cultivation level. After all, Xiao Shun was not a late Outer Aura Martial Scholar. He was also a genius who could surpass levels to defeat a Mid-Outer Aura Martial Scholar, while still in the early Outer Aura Martial Scholar realm. Previously, when he had clashed with Chao Yuanlong in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, regardless of their strength, a single sentence from Yin Zhaoge had caused Chao Yuanlong to not dare to use his weapon. In a barehanded contest, both sides were young geniuses, relying on their cultivation bases. However, if they were to use weapons, even if Chao Yuanlong was a direct lineage genius of the Sacred Sun Clan, how could he compare to Yin Zhaoge, whose father was a bigwig of Broad Creed Mountain? Xiao Shun was different. Like Yin Zhaoge, his entire body was filled with treasures. However, with their respective treasures restricting each other, he had been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. The gap between their cultivation bases was truly there and could not be ignored. Not to mention the fact that Yin Zhaoge viewed the barrier between realms as nothing at all. From the early to the mid-outer aura stage, he could cross it as he wished. From when he had been in the Sealing Abyss, of the late inner aura martial of the early to the mid-outer aura, he could cross over as he wanted. Such a Yin Zhaoge resembled a towering mountain, causing despair to involuntarily arise in the hearts of those who saw him. Yin Zhaoge descended from midair. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, With a flick of his right hand, the Jade Dragon Sword flew directly towards Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun gritted his teeth and activated the Radiant Sun Wheel, blocking the Jade Dragon Sword. The two spirit weapons clashed against each other. Looking at Xiao Shun, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Late Outer Aura Martial Scholar, don't just focus on running With that, he exerted force once more under his feet, instantly shortening the distance between them by over 100 meters as he charged towards Xiao Shun once more. Xiao Shun stared at him, his eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Finally, with a low, depressed roar, he roared towards the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples. Go! Everyone's bodies trembled as they looked at Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun with complex expressions on their faces. Their hearts all seemed to have died as they hurriedly lifted the long, unconscious Chao Yuan Long and retreated out of the valley. Yin Zhaoge did not make things difficult for them, instead focusing on Xiao Shun as he continued beating him up. Xiao Shun gloomily executed the leap of the rising sun. This time, however, it was not for a sneak attack, but rather to avoid Yin Zhaoge and then escape. Although his heart felt like it was dripping blood, he was 100 times unwilling to admit it. But at this moment, Xiao Shun also realized that he really was not Yin Zhaoge's match. He, at the late Outer Aura Martial Scholar realm, was not able to beat the mid-Outer Aura Yin Zhaoge. Relying on the levitating ability of a late Outer Aura Martial Scholar, as well as the speed of the leap of the rising sun, Xiao Shun narrowly avoided Yin Zhaoge's next blow. However, wherever his aura chi passed, the large tuft of beard on Xiao Shun's face suddenly broke apart and flew into the air. Xiao Shun was dazed for a moment before his face abruptly flushed red, dark red like blood. His emotions having gone out of control, he was also unable to maintain his coarse voice as he let out a sharp, resentful howl. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was also slightly taken aback. The Xiao Shun before him not only had his beard cut off, but his entire beard had fallen off at the same time. His face and chin were smooth, without even a single stubble to be seen. Without his beard, Xiao Shun's appearance overlapped with that in Yin Zhaoge's memories. He was also a handsome youth. However, at this moment, accompanied by that sharp, piercing voice, no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Shun seemed a little feminine, completely different from a normal man. Xiao Shun glared at Yin Zhaoge in anger, then shot a venomous look at Feng Yinsheng. Finally, not lingering any longer, he turned and left. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly as he turned back to look at Feng Yinsheng. You said that you heavily injured him that year. Where exactly did you injure him? Feng Yinsheng, on the other hand, was completely unaffected by Xiao Shun's anger and hatred, instead focusing her attention on Yin Zhaoge. Although she was currently only at the body refinement realm due to her heavy injuries, her eyesight and knowledge were still present. However, it was precisely because she was knowledgeable that she was even more shocked by everything that Yin Zhaoge had displayed. Even when Yin Zhaoge had turned around to ask her a question, her mouth was still slightly agape, filled with shock. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Feng Yinsheng regained her wits. Her expression relaxed. That year, his little brother was unruly, wanting to take advantage of me. Naturally, I helped him discipline his little brother. You can do it. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, suddenly feeling a little chilly at his crotch. He had heard that Xiao Shun's maternal grandfather only had a single daughter, his mother. In his generation, he also only had this one maternal grandson. His father's Xiao family, when it came to him, only had a single descendant. No wonder they wanted to drive you away. With your grand master dead, the Sacred Sun Clan no longer has anyone to protect you. Feng Yinsheng said nonchalantly. Of the so-called Sacred Sun Clan's younger generation's 4 rising sons, Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong both have their own problems. Chao Yuanlong's personality is firm and resolute, not fearing danger or hardship. However, he likes to walk the unorthodox path, always wanting to do things that others are unable to do, as if only by doing so can he display his abilities. Actually, if he had obediently followed the prescribed order and cultivated in the orthodox martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan like the other disciples, instead of those unorthodox martial arts like the Golden Sun needle art and the Heavenly Snake silk binding hand. With his talent and willpower, while his current combat strength might be slightly lower, his future achievements would only be higher. Feng Yinsheng shook her head. Xiao Shun's willpower is inferior to Chao Yuanlong's, but his comprehension ability is still superior. Sadly, his thoughts are too wild, and he is especially lustful, unable to control that little Xiao Shun of his. Otherwise, his achievements would also be much higher than they are now. At this point, Feng Yinsheng laughed. I help him sever that root of his worries. These past 2 years, his strength has clearly improved at a faster rate than before. Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. He still lacks a sunflower manual. Feng Yinsheng was taken aback. What martial art is that? I've never heard of it before. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands, not speaking any further, instead beginning to inspect his spoils of war. In his battle with Xiao Shun, a large number of treasures have been exchanged. In the end, in order to escape, Xiao Shun's connection with many of his treasures have been broken by Yin Zhaoge. Having fled in a panic, Xiao Shun had naturally not been able to collect these treasures in time. Now, they had all naturally fallen into Yin Zhaoge's pockets. Among them, 2 mid-grade artifacts were just right for his current use. However, Yin Zhaoge himself did not lack mid-grade artifacts. There was 1 high-grade artifact, which could be considered valuable. However, what was truly more attractive was that spirit artifact, the Radiant Sun Wheel. The value of this thing and artifacts were on a completely different level. Chapter 48. The Radiant Sun Wheel and the Jade Dragon Sword were both elites amongst low-grade spirit artifacts. If not for Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun's family background, martial scholars rarely possessed low-grade spirit artifacts. Middle-grade spirit artifacts, Old Man Yin and Xiao Shun's grandfather naturally had a surplus. However, with Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Shun's current cultivation, using low-grade spirit artifacts was already their limit, and they could only unleash a limited amount of their power. In the current 8 Extremities world, there was only 1 sacred artifact like the Extreme Yin Crown that could be used by martial scholars. Not to mention other sacred weapons. Even if it was a high-grade or mid-grade spirit weapon, a martial scholar would not bother with it at all. The autonomous spirituality of spirit artifacts was much higher than that of artifacts. Therefore, Feng Yinsheng watched with interest as Yin Zhaoge kept the Radiant Sun Wheel. Spirit artifacts had their own spirituality. If the other party wasn't a martial grandmaster, they wouldn't easily change owners and be used by others. The Radiant Sun Wheel was only temporarily entangled by the Jade Dragon Sword. It hadn't already bowed its head to Yin Zhaoge. If not for the Jade Dragon Sword entangling it, the Radiant Sun Wheel would probably have long since flown away, searching for its original owner, Xiao Shun. While Yin Zhaoge currently had the chance to temporarily restrict the Radiant Sun Wheel, his Jade Dragon Sword had essentially become the Radiant Sun Wheel's shackles and cage. The 2 spirit artifacts were mutually restraining each other. Before this problem was resolved, let alone the Radiant Sun Wheel, Yin Zhaoge couldn't even use the Jade Dragon Sword. His overall strength had actually dropped by a large amount. To a martial scholar, a low-grade spirit weapon was like a treasure weapon to a body refinement martial artist. Naturally, he had to take it down. However, if he were to meet an enemy later on, it would inevitably be a little awkward. Feng Yinsheng suddenly froze. She saw Yin Zhaoge arrive in front of the Radiant Sun Wheel and the Jade Dragon Sword, then reach out with both hands, grabbing the 2 spirit artifacts. The Radiant Sun Wheel shook, a violent aura erupting. In that instant, it was as if a slumbering martial grandmaster had been awakened. The Jade Dragon Sword was the same. The 2 spirit artifacts seemed about to clash, causing a battle that no one present could intervene in. However, Yin Zhaoge lightly waved his hands, his 10 fingers grasping the air, continuously tapping the 2 spirit artifacts with a strange rhythm. The Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel shook slightly once more. A strange light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes as the scenes before him changed, as though he had entered a completely different heaven and earth. In this world, a golden sun hung high in the sky, and a jade-green dragon was constantly circling. Accompanied by the unceasing tapping of Yin Zhaoge's fingers, the two spirit artifacts actually gradually calmed down at the same time. It wasn't that the spirit weapons were restraining and canceling each other out, but that they were truly calm and temporarily dormant. Feng Yinsheng opened her mouth slightly. He actually calmed down the radiant sun so quickly. How'd he do it? This is simply unheard of. Coming back to her senses, Feng Yinsheng clicked her tongue in admiration. Although I've heard of your great name in the past, now that I've met you today, I know that the rumors weren't exaggerated. They were just too conservative. Knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. I've known this since I was young, but today I feel it the most. Yin Zhaoge kept the two spirit artifacts, snapping his fingers. I have many strong points, but my greatest strength is that I keep a low profile. So in the future, you will slowly realize that your thoughts today are still too conservative. Feng Yinsheng nodded, amused. All right, I'll wait and see. She asked, right, seeing that you've stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm. Why were they so shocked? While it's rare for people to break through under pressure, it's not unheard of. From what I know, some people specialize in pursuing that instant between life and death, making use of the pressure to break through their bottlenecks. A black-clothed martial practitioner beside Yin Zhaoge said. Not even a month ago, young master just broke through from the inner aura martial scholar realm to the early outer aura stage. This group of people who always followed Yin Zhaoge around, seeing him break through just now, had also been struck dumb like wooden chickens, unable to believe it. He wasn't much stronger than those of the Sacred Sun clan. This time, Feng Yinsheng was no longer able to remain calm as she looked at Yin Zhaoge like she'd seen a ghost. After a long time, she blurted out, "You're human." Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. Feng Yinsheng sucked in a breath of cold air, only regaining her wits after a long time. Everyone says that while you're a genius, you're still lacking a lot compared to your father that year. But from the looks of it now, at least in terms of cultivation speed, you're even stronger than your father, ah? Before the Great Calamity, information had been lost, and there was already no way to verify this. And after the Great Calamity, under the circumstances where there were records to be found, Yin Zhaoge's father, the last disciple of Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yin Di, was the youngest martial scholar in history, the youngest martial grandmaster. At the same time, from the looks of it now, it was extremely likely that he would become the youngest martial saint. Yin Zhaoge smiled. As compared to breaking through from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, it was much easier for him to break through from the early to the mid-outer aura stage. Some of this was due to some lucky coincidences. At the same time as he had broken through to the outer aura stage, he had also quickly completed the second round of cleansing of his marrows, the profound spirit pill helping to condense his aura chi, the glacial dragon bone soul providing sufficient motivation for his breakthrough, as well as the special techniques that he had cultivated in, etc. Everyone says that a tiger father will not beget a dog son. No matter what, I have to work harder. Even if I don't surpass my father, at least I can't fall too far behind, right? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, in the cultivation of martial practitioners at the same bottleneck, some people will be able to pass it as easily as if it were flat ground, while others will be unable to break through no matter how hard they try, unable to advance even an inch even after a long period of time. However, after everyone has passed this bottleneck, some subsequent bottleneck might just happen to be reversed, with those who had originally been lagging behind instead surpassing those who had previously been in the lead. This is also a very common thing. Feng Yinsheng rolled her eyes at him exasperatedly. Still, I've never seen anyone as exaggerated as you, going from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage in a single month. This is unprecedented, okay? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling. That's why I've always said that while I have many strong points, my greatest one is that I am low-key. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge changed the topic. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that our meeting was not a coincidence. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. Looking at her, Yin Zhaoge said slowly, I was originally looking for Mengwan. Don't look at me like that. She is the Sacred Sun Clan's maiden of extreme Yin, while I am a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Thinking of a way to make her unable to win the extreme Yin bout is very normal. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Now that I think about it, when my men were following her, she sensed it and led me over to your side. I was just saying that Meng Wan would never leave the Sacred Sun Clan in private so easily. Why did she act so abnormally this time? Indeed, it was not without reason. Feng Yunxing's gaze grew much gentler. In order to help me, Master passed away. Knowing that Xiao Shun had personally left the mountain to seek revenge on me, Little Wan ran over in hopes of being able to mediate between the two. Leading you over, it should be in hopes that Broad Creed Mountain can shelter and protect me. That way, she would not have to show herself, and would also not have to be put in a difficult position. Yin Zhaoge asked, You two have the same master? Chapter 49. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge smiled lightly. Have you ever thought that if not for her existence, even if you had lost your extreme Yin physique that year, the Sacred Sun Clan would not have given up on you so easily, and would definitely have tried even harder to help you recover? Feng Yunxing smiled and said, It's nothing. It's obvious that I haven't thought about it, but it has nothing to do with Xiao Wan. Yin Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, You are older than Meng Wan. You should have entered the clan earlier than her, your cultivation base also being higher. You were the Sacred Sun Clan's first choice to participate in the extreme Yin bout that year? Feng Yunxing nodded calmly. That's right. Before I left the mountain, I was already at the master stage. At that time, Xiao Wan was at the imperceptible stage. She should have only just broken through to become a martial scholar on the eve of the first extreme Yin bout. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, she said exasperatedly, I know what you are thinking. However, me accidentally entering a perilous land of hell, the disappearance of my extreme Yin physique having nothing to do with Little Wan. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Perhaps the two of you indeed have deep feelings for each other, but in luring me over to save you this time, how could it not be out of guilt and a desire to make up for it? Or perhaps, as a person with vested interests, she wants to show off her high profile and gain a sense of satisfaction by helping you? Feng Yunsheng smiled. I'm not used to speculating about others based on malice, but I don't deny that the possibility you mentioned does exist. It's just that I believe in Lil Wan. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm, but her tone was resolute. Yin Zhaoge laughed, changing the topic. Still, is she so certain that your extreme Yin physique will definitely be unable to recover? Is she sure that she won't send a maiden of extreme Yin to my Broad Creed Mountain, vying with her for the extreme Yin crown in the future? This is equivalent to giving aid to the enemy. She can actually do it. Feng Yunsheng calmly replied, because she is confident. It doesn't matter if the other sacred grounds have a few more maidens of extreme Yin. Even Little Wan has the confidence to win back the extreme Yin crown for the Sacred Sun Clan. Therefore, even if I were to recover, she would only be happy for me, because Broad Creed Mountain would value me even more. However, the extreme Yin crown belongs to her, to the Sacred Sun Clan. This is her confidence. Hearing her words, within Yin Zhaoge's mind surfaced the image of a young girl who was bright, yet also delicate, with a pair of eyes that moved one's heart, causing one to feel tender and tender towards her. The final victor of the first extreme Yin bout, the first official owner of the extreme Yin crown after its reappearance, was precisely the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan. According to Feng Yunxing's speculation, she should have just stepped into the Grandmaster realm at that time. Feng Yunxing's eyes shone with reminiscence. Don't be fooled by that child's weak appearance. She's actually smart and strong. Be it the power of Yin that he possesses or his martial arts talent, he is a super genius. Back then, I was the first choice because I joined the sect earlier and had cultivated for a longer period of time. But actually, if everyone starts from the same starting point and sets off together, I'm not completely confident that I'll have the upper hand. Yin Zhaoge laughed out loud. Isn't the opposite meaning that Meng Wan actually doesn't have full confidence in defeating you? Feng Yunsheng raised her eyebrows. I'm not arrogant, nor will I belittle myself, Yin Zhaoge said in a tone that was neither salty nor mild. Sadly, Meng Wan failed the second time. In the second extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan had lost by a single move, the extreme Yin crown falling into the hands of a disciple of the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Feng Yunxing's expression did not change in the slightest. I've also heard of this matter. That was because not long before the bout, Little Wan had just wielded the extreme Yin crown and clashed head-on with a flame devil king in the East Sea. In the second bout, she fought while injured. In the third extreme Yin bout, she will let the world know that as long as nothing happens to her, the extreme Yin crown will not fall into the hands of anyone else. Also, the phoenix that has undergone nirvanic rebirth will be even more dazzling. Feng Yunxing's tone was calm, as though she was only describing something that couldn't be any more ordinary. Looking at her, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth slowly revealed a smile. If these words are applicable to Meng Wan, how is it not also applicable to you? Feng Yunsheng was completely at ease. Even if senior apprentice brother Yin really has a way to help me recover my extreme Yin physique, I am currently lagging behind Little Wan by too much. I dare not say that I will definitely be able to catch up to Little Wan, but with such a precious chance, I will definitely grab hold of it with all my might. Broad Creed Mountain sheltered me in my time of greatest peril. Whatever the reason, the grace of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. No more useless words. Only death will do. Whatever the reason, when she had been faced with the threat of the Sacred Sun clan disciples, Yin Zhaoge had beaten Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong into a sorry state, undoubtedly expressing his stance. As for whether Yin Zhaoge's personal stance could represent Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng didn't need to think too much about it now. She could only follow Yin Zhaoge's arrangements. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge was in a pretty good mood. Regarding Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique, he already had some thoughts on it, but still needed to plan and prepare. Although they had offended the Sacred Sun clan a step further, a maiden of extreme Yin to Broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly a huge gain. As long as this merit was confirmed, it would be of great help to Yin Zhaoge, and even to his father Yin Di. It was a great merit. Yin Zhaoge looked at the sky. Let's go. They set off together, Yin Zhaoge continuously giving instructions. The black-clothed martial scholars all nodded and obeyed, going off to deliver the news. Although he had taken responsibility for this matter, there were some people that Yin Zhaoge still had to be notified at the first possible moment. For example, his own father or his current administrator in the East Heaven region, Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder in the East Heaven region. This matter was no small matter, far from being as simple as beating up Chao Yuanlong and the others in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The Sacred Sun clan's reaction would undoubtedly be much more intense. With Xiao Shun and the others having fled, there would definitely be follow-up actions. The earlier his Broad Creed Mountain received the news, the easier it would be for them to deal with it. Other than that, Yin Zhaoge also specially mentioned the reason for Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique being damaged back then, but got someone to find a way to inform the other sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Of the sacred grounds, Jade Sea City's relationship with the Sacred Sun clan was the worst. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City was rather good, to the point of being close to that of allies. Jade Sea City's Maiden of Extreme Yin was the victor of the second Extreme Yin bout, and Meng Wan's greatest competitor in the upcoming third Extreme Yin bout. The various sacred grounds had never stopped scheming against the Sacred Sun clan's Maidens of Extreme Yin these past few years. Yin Zhaoge had never trusted the Sacred Sun clan's integrity. Naturally, he had to remind Jade Sea City of this, lest they fall into a trap. Traversing through the mountain range, as he walked, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he looked into the distance. The loud rumbling of the waterfall in the mountains could not drown out the voices of some people conversing with each other. Looking into the distance, Yin Zhaoge saw a group of people standing by the side of the waterfall, separated into twos and threes, seemingly in the midst of a confrontation. It's Zhao Yuan and the others? Zhao Yuan was the eldest son of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and was also very familiar with Yin Zhaoge. Together with him was also the third son of the emperor, Zhao Sheng, who was rather close to the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su. However, whether it was Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, they were both currently staring at a youth with unfriendly expressions on their faces. Chapter 50. Yin Zhaoge could tell that this youth should also be a prince, a brother of Zhao Yuan and the others, just that he had never seen him before. The current scene was rather interesting to Yin Zhaoge. The eldest prince, Zhao Yuan, like his father, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, leaned towards Broad Creed Mountains, Yindi's faction. Zhao Yuan himself also had some relations with the original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body. And the third prince, Zhao Sheng, unable to compete with Zhao Yuan in this area, ended up becoming closer to Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction. Although the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom leaned towards Yindi, Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Su, was on the other side, and Zhao Sheng's days were not that bad. If the fight for the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief was ultimately won by Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, then the future king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom would be somewhat more uncertain. But overall, the undecided position of the Eastern Tang Crown Prince would basically be fought over between Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. The two of them had not seen eye to eye with each other for a very long time, always opposing each other. It had already been a very long time since the two of them had acted together against another prince like this. On royal father's orders, we accompanied royal Uncle Jean into the mountains to capture the culprit. Zhao Sheng's voice resounded from afar. The culprit was surrounded by me and eldest brother's guards in this mountain, and the culprit was also heavily injured by me and eldest brother. If not for that, do you think you could have dealt with him? Now that you've taken advantage of the situation, you even want to monopolize the information. 16th brother, you really don't know what's good for you, don't you? Zhao Yuan similarly said in a heavy tone. 16th brother, there's no harm in sharing the credit with you, but that person's confession must not be concealed. If there are any follow-up clues, we must hurry up and continue investigating. The culprit and the Ghost Hatchet Elder are related to the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss and cannot be taken lightly. If we are delayed, it will be hard to explain to Royal Father, and the credit will also become a mistake. Hearing the names of the Ghost Hatchet Elder and the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh, interesting. Let's go take a look. As Yin Zhaoge walked over, he saw that surrounded youth smiling nonchalantly. What I should do, I know what to do. I don't need to trouble you two royal brothers to teach me. After returning to the capital and reporting to Royal Father, everything will naturally become clear. His tone was not polite at all, and Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were a little annoyed. However, now that Yin Zhaoge had appeared, the two hurriedly suppressed their anger, giving up on that youth as they first came to greet him. Zhaoge, what a coincidence. You're also in this area? Young Master Yin. The Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners accompanying Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng all cupped their fists in unison, while the martial scholars all bowed. We greet the Broad Creed young master. In recent days, Yin Zhaoge's name had become increasingly resounding in the Eastern Tang. Not long ago, the news of his battle with Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuanlong in the Luliao Mountains was still unknown. However, he had only just defeated the Sacred Sun Clan's Qiao Yuanlong in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, and forced Xiao Shun into retreat in a contest of variations in techniques in overlooking Abyss City. This had already caused Yin Zhaoge's reputation to soar even higher, not to mention the fact that Broad Creed Mountain was a colossus that the Eastern Tang Kingdom could never hope to compare to. As princes, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng had been carefully groomed by the imperial family, with large amounts of resources invested into them, and they were already outstanding figures of the Eastern Tang's younger generation. The two were already martial scholars, but when they had become martial scholars, they had both been over 20 years old. And the Yin Zhaoge before them, when he had become a martial scholar, had been even younger than the current Zhao. How? Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. The two of you, long time no see. Previously, when I was in the Eastern Tang capital, I only stayed there for a short while. I met Uncle once, but did not manage to catch up with the two of you. Who would have thought that we would actually meet here in the Luliao Mountains? Zhao Yuan said, the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss are no small matter, with Royal Father personally coming over to watch over it. It is also thanks to you, Zhaoge, that the matter was related to the Ghost Hatchet Elder. After investigating deeply, I discovered that the Ghost Hatchet Elder was not acting independently. It is very likely that there is some hidden power behind it, with the Ghost Hatchet Elder being one of its higher echelon experts, while this power also has middle and lower echelon members. Entering the Luliao Mountains this time is precisely to capture a few members of this power. To us, it is both an assignment and also a tempering experience. Yin Zhaoge nodded. To Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, this was also a chance for them to gain some face in front of the Eastern Tang's ministers, as well as earn some merit points. In the end, it seemed like the peaches had been picked up by others, taking advantage of them. No wonder the two Zhao brothers were so unhappy. Zhao Sheng glanced back at that youth, saying unhappily, 16th brother, why aren't you coming over to pay your respects? That youth looked calmly at Yin Zhaoge, saying mildly, greetings. Looking at him, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. If I didn't see wrongly, I actually saw arrogance and disdain within his gaze. Yin Zhaoge was a little speechless as he appraised the youth before him. Around 17 years of age, mid-chi-directing body refinement, having opened up the chi ocean within the Dantian. Not born of sacred ground. Having such a cultivation base at this age, it could already be considered extremely outstanding and rare. Especially looking at this youth's clothes. While he was a prince, he clearly wasn't valued much. The resources he received most likely limited. However, no matter how one looked at it, whether it was his personal strength or his background, they were all completely incomparable to Yin Zhaoge. However, within his eyes, Yin Zhaoge clearly saw a disdain that flashed for a brief moment. And his attitude towards Yin Zhaoge was already no longer one that was neither servile nor overbearing, instead appearing arrogant and rude. However, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that the other party was truly disdainful. It was not fearlessness brought about by ignorance, but rather came from the bottom of his heart, stemming from his pride and confidence in himself. As this youth saw it, it was a matter of course. Just like how a martial saint or a martial grandmaster looked at a martial scholar and a martial artist. A strange feeling arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart. By the side, Zhao Yuan's face was sunken, his aura chi restraining his voice as he sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Zhaoge, don't lower yourself to his level. This is my 16th brother, Zhao Hao. He wasn't like this before, being a yes man and completely ordinary. Half a year ago, he seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, his martial cultivation advancing at a tremendous pace. However, he also became a little arrogant and rude. Zhao Yuan said half doubtfully, half angrily, this time we surrounded some bandits in the mountains in pursuit of them, heavily injuring them. In the end, they were taken advantage of by him. If they were taken advantage of, then so be it. After interrogating them for some useful information, he directly killed them. When we asked him what he knew, he didn't say anything. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. Strange. However, Yin Zhaoge did not have any intention of interfering. While he was familiar with Zhao Yuan, at the end of the day, Zhao Hao was also the son of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. As for the news that Zhao Hao had hidden, it naturally couldn't be hidden from his father. Through the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Zhaoge would also know about it. As for Zhao Hao's rudeness and arrogance, Yin Zhaoge felt it more strange. Either the other party was a madman. If he wasn't, where did his confidence come from? False bravado and concealment were obviously two different things. Yin Zhaoge pondered within his heart, his expression calm. Others all thought that he wouldn't lower himself to Zhao Hao's level. Zhao Hao raised his brows. Regarding Yin Zhaoge's action of ignoring him, other than disdain, there was also some ridicule within his gaze. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, felt slightly disappointed at Yin Zhaoge's lack of reaction. Chapter 51. Zhao Sheng looked at Zhao Hao with an unfriendly expression. Zhao Hao glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. Zhao Sheng was already a Zhongshe realm martial artist. Logically speaking, it should have been a piece of cake for him to deal with a physical body cultivator like him. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in Zhao Hao's eyes. Instead, he seemed very calm. There was a hint of disdain in his calmness. Yin Zhaoga's eyes narrowed slightly. The way he looks at Zhao Sheng is no different from how he looks at me. In his eyes, Zhao Sheng and I are on the same level. Yin Zhaoga laughed soundlessly. Zhao Hao asked indifferently, "What kind of punishment does third brother want me to drink?" Zhao Sheng snorted coldly. 16th brother's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds these days, but your actual combat experience is inevitably lacking. Third brother has some subordinates who can practice with you. 16th brother. Accumulate more experience so that you won't only be able to deal with dying people in the future. If you run into a real tough opponent, you'll be the unlucky one. The disdain in Zhao Hao's eyes deepened. He looked at Zhao Sheng like an adult looking at an ignorant child playing around. Without another word, he unsheathed his sword and stood there quietly. Who wants advice? In the eyes of others, it might not seem like much, but Yin Zhaoga's discernment far surpassed that of everyone else present. From Yin Zhaoga's perspective, with a sword in hand, Zhao Hao's aura immediately changed. It was even more untamed, arrogant, sharp, and unsheathed. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword, as if he was going to soar into the sky and cut through the blue dome of heaven. This was a type of pure power. It was hard to describe, but it truly existed. At this moment, Zhao Hao was still a body refinement martial artist, and he wasn't hiding his cultivation. However, his aura seemed to surpass most people in this world. It was as if martial grandmasters were not worth mentioning in front of him. Yin Zhaoga raised his brows. Interesting could it be? Although Zhao Sheng wished that he could beat Zhao Hao half to death with his own hands, he was, after all, a grandmaster and more than 10 years older than Zhao Hao. Although Zhao Hao's actions were very disrespectful, in front of so many people, with Yin Zhaoga also present, Zhao Sheng still suppressed the thought of personally making a move. However, he naturally did not intend to let Zhao Hao have an easy time. Zhao Hao was at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the middle stage of the qi conducting realm. The opponent Zhao Sheng found for him was also in the middle stage of the qi conducting realm, but his aura was ferocious. It was clear that he had lived a life of blood on the edge of a knife and was incomparably experienced. His murderous aura was so thick that it could almost frighten an opponent who didn't have much combat experience and turn them into a lamb at his mercy. However, Zhao Hao effortlessly defeated his opponent in a single round. With a single slash, his opponent's arm was sent flying into the sky. The degree of fierceness caused everyone to look askance. "How dare you?" Zhao Sheng's face was ashen. With a wave of his hand, a swordsman in the late stage of the qi conducting realm stepped out from the crowd. This swordsman was at the 9th level of body refinement, the late stage of qi conducting, and was not far from the 10th level of refinement. Zhao Hao didn't seem to mind at all. He raised his sword and smiled. It's all the same. The result of the battle once again made the spectators' jaws drop. The victor was still Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao laughed and said, "Is the next one in the refinement realm? Or are you going to do it yourself, third brother?" As he said this, crackling sound could be heard all around his body, followed by the indistinct sound of thunder. The sound of thunder did not originate from outside, but rather originated from within Zhao Hao's body. Everyone was taken aback. Inner qi entering the bones, marrow, cleansing by thunder. This is the first time he has cleansed his marrows after breaking through to the late stage of the qi conducting realm. Standing beside Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yinsheng couldn't help but smile as she glanced at Yin Zhaoga. While she didn't speak, she clearly recalled the scene of Yin Zhaoga facing Xiao Xin earlier. Yin Zhaoga, however, didn't smile, instead looking calmly at Zhao Hao. This person still hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't displayed the killing moves of the sword he is truly proficient in. The things that Yin Zhaoga could see were much more than what the others could see, Successive victories in successive battles rely on experience and knowledge that far surpasses that of his opponent, as well as his control over the sword in his hand. Just like me, a single bamboo branch can also be used as a sword. Without using any orochi, I can still beat up a martial scholar of the martial refinement realm. This person's attainments in the Tao of the sword are extremely high. Wooden swords, bamboo swords, even using his fingers to replace swords, the swordless stage of using chi as a sword is also nothing difficult for him. It's just that he is deeply attached to the sword, which is why he is even more unconstrained by material objects. With a sword in hand, he has already attained the Tao. Yin Zhaoge laughed, suddenly enlightened half a year ago. Ha! Zhao Hao was currently overflowing with a domineering air as he held his sword horizontally. Does third brother still have any subordinates? Otherwise, does third brother intend to personally go up? What about eldest brother? Do you want to come and play as well? I don't really care. Zhao Sheng's face was sunken as he grit his teeth and laughed. 16th brother. Not bad, ah? I didn't notice it before, but you're really getting too full of yourself a little too early. As he said this, he was about to stride forward. With Zhao Hao's provocation like this, there was no longer any need for him to restrain himself, and also no longer had to worry about the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom blaming him afterwards. Between blood-related brothers, there should be mutual affection. Exchanging pointers at the same cultivation level is still fine, but for a martial scholar to exchange blows with a martial artist is a little too much. Just then, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression appeared in front of them. He first looked at Yin Zhaoge, nodding. Zhaoge, long time no see. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Your Highness Prince Jin is even more elegant than before, ah. The person who had come was the royal brother of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the number 2 expert of the Eastern Tang royal family, Prince Jin Zhao Shilai. Yin Zhaoge was also acquainted with him in the past. However, this person's stance was towards the Sacred Sun clan, as he was the greatest springboard for the Sacred Sun clan to enter the Eastern Tang Kingdom. The Eastern Tang Kingdom's crown prince position had always been undecided, largely because of this person. Whether it was the powers under him or the Sacred Sun clan behind him, they were all exerting pressure on the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, hoping to make the emperor's younger brother instead of the crown prince. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, where individual strength could overturn the heavens and earth, many secular rules no longer applied. For example, if the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom suddenly died today, then the Eastern Tang Kingdom would not only have lost a monarch, but also a martial grandmaster. To the overall strength of the Eastern Tang, this would be a huge loss. Whether it was Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, they were only martial scholars. Even if they ascended to the throne, in terms of high-level strength, they were destined to be unable to replace their father within a short period of time. While Prince Jin was weaker than the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, he was also a martial grandmaster expert. If he loyally assisted the new king, then it would be fine. But if he himself had other thoughts, the situation would instantly become complicated. In a secular dynasty, the old emperor would arrange for a successor before his death and would naturally sweep away any unstable factors. However, Prince Jin's situation was something that even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom found troublesome. After all, Zhao Shilai was also a martial grandmaster and also an important part of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's strength. If he were to be killed, it would still be the Eastern Tang that would suffer. Moreover, behind Zhao Shilai stood the Sacred Sun clan. Even if the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had the support of Broad Creed Mountain, it would still be hard for him to make a move lightly. The situation in the Eastern Tang Kingdom was currently maintained in a fragile equilibrium. While the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Broad Creed Mountain held the advantage, the hidden dangers were similarly not small. After exchanging greetings with Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shilai chuckled as he looked towards the 3 Zhao brothers. If you want to spar, there's no need to use force at all. Chapter 52. Towards Prince Jin's words, Yin Zhaoge snorted disdainfully. This Prince Jin, who coveted the throne of the Eastern Tang, definitely did not do so out of good intentions. Although he was a martial grandmaster, in terms of knowledge and experience, he could not compare to Yin Zhaoge. He could see that Zhao Hao's strength was extraordinary, but he was unable to detect any further clues. As Zhao Shilai saw it, although Zhao Hao had domineeringly defeated two martial artists, if he provoked Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, who were already martial scholars, he would undoubtedly be insta-killed. In truth, it was not just Zhao Shilai. Almost everyone present felt this way. Looking at the Zhao Hao who had taken the initiative to provoke him now, it was like looking at a madman. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not see it this way. It would still be very difficult for Zhao Hao to cross the heavenly chasm between the martial scholar realm and the martial scholar realm, but facing Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, he would not be completely helpless. The gap in the martial Dao between the two was probably very large, and the gap in their experience and knowledge was even greater. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as different as the heavens and the earth. The gaze with which Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Shilai actually contained some disdain, just that compared to martial scholars, he regarded him with a little more importance. Zhao Shilai naturally did not have any good feelings toward Zhao Hao, but as he saw it, Zhao Hao could help him suppress Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. The more intense and evenly matched the internal strife of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's king, the better it would be for Zhao Shilai. Zhao Hao had originally been nothing special, but now that he had suddenly risen up, he was a good chess piece for Zhao Shilai. As for whether Zhao Hao would become stronger than Zhao Yuan in the future and affect his position, that was a different matter altogether. At the end of the day, Zhao Hao was currently just a martial artist. What is my Eastern Tang Kingdom most famous for in the East Heaven region? Alchemy and medicine? Wouldn't it be better to just compete in this, not harming our harmony? Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were also not profligate sons. In the entire Eastern Tang royal family, alchemy and medicine were all experts. Just like practicing martial arts, it was a part of their tradition. The Eastern Tang's greatest alchemy power, the Pill Pavilion, was actually backed by the royal family. For Zhao Shilai to make such a suggestion, he obviously has a certain level of understanding toward Zhao Hao. This is interesting. Yin Zhaoge did not speak, coldly watching Zhao Shilai's performance from the sidelines. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng also thought of this point. They were somewhat hesitant, but it was not good for them to show weakness. Of the two of them, one was the son of the empress, the other was the son of the imperial concubine, while Zhao Hao's birth mother was only a palace maid. Both of them had grown up in a much better environment and education than Zhao Hao. In a competition of martial Dao, a grandmaster fighting a body-refining martial artist, no matter what, there was no glory in winning. Both of them glanced at Zhao Hao and nodded in agreement. Although Zhao Hao's martial arts strength had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yu did not believe that Zhao Hao could beat them in alchemy. Zhao Shilai smiled and said, "Pill Pavilion's first seat consecrated elder, old Mr. Wang, happens to be here as well. Young Master Yan's family has a long history of learning, and his knowledge is extensive. This king is also somewhat proficient in the Tao of alchemy, and together with old Mr. Wang and the other two, we can comment on your alchemy. This is a rare opportunity." Yin Zhaoge smiled non-committally as some martial practitioners in the distance escorted an old man over. Seeing this old man, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng immediately greeted him. "Hello, Elder Wang." Only Zhao Hao remained where he was, calmly nodding at the old man. Not only did old Mr. Wang not feel offended, he also nodded at Zhao Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng's hearts instantly jumped. And following that, as old Mr. Wang understood the situation, he shook his head. What else is there to compare? The 16th Prince's alchemy skills are even above this old man's. At this age, at this cultivation level, the level of his alchemy skills is something this old man has never seen before in my life. His identity was special, and his temper was also very straightforward. He was somewhat unrestrained in his words. As his words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were both stunned. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the only person who could compete with this old man in alchemy was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, a great grandmaster, was inferior to old Sir Wang, who was only at the grandmaster realm. Zhao Hao's expression was mild as he said simply, "Martial scholar realm, your alchemy skills can also be considered not bad." A smile appeared on Zhao Shirlie's face. This is a situation that even this king does not understand. Who would have thought that our Eastern Tang would produce a steed of 1,000 li in this area? It'd be strange if you didn't know. Undetected by others, Yin Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes. If you didn't know, you would have come up with such an idea. But how did you know? Yin Zhaoge's gaze passed between Zhao Shirai and Zhao Hao, finally landing on the Pill Pavilion's first priest, old Mr. Wang. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng's faces both turned a little ugly, with Zhao Hao smiling proudly. In alchemy, it is my two royal brothers who have no chance at all. How about we compete in martial arts? Yin Zhaoge, who had not spoken all this time, now opened his mouth. As Prince Jean said, such a small matter, there's no need to harm our amicable relationship. Let's compete in alchemy. Zhao Yuan looked at Yin Zhaoge in surprise. Even Zhao Shirlai was a little exception. Yin Zhaoge said, "But since we just happen to be here, why don't we add a little spice to this competition?" Zhao Shirlai knit his brows slightly. "Oh, I wonder which side Zhaoge wants to bet on." If Yin Zhaoge were to bet on Zhao Hao, Zhao Shirlai would have some misgivings in his heart. As he saw it, this was not just a gamble. Rather, it was a signal that Yin Zhaoge, as well as the Yindi behind him, wanted to give up on Zhao Yuan amongst the descendants of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and instead support Zhao Hao. Zhao Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze was clearly nervously looking at Yin Zhaoge. "I'll bet on brother Zhao Yuan," Yin Zhaoge said straightforwardly. Zhao Yuan let out a sigh of relief, while the others were even more confused. Zhao Shirlai said, "Thanks to old Mr. Wang's words, this king naturally thinks more highly of royal nephew Zhao Hao." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Then it's settled. I wonder what Zhaoge wants to bet on. I'll bet on Prince Jin's share of the Pill Pavilion." Hearing his words, Zhao Shirlie's gaze abruptly flickered as he stared at Yin Zhaoge. Not only did the Pill Pavilion hold the leading position in the Eastern Tang Kingdom in the field of pills, it was also the Eastern Tang's greatest source of income from external trade. The biggest backer behind it was the Eastern Tang royal family, and the biggest leader was naturally the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. However, Zhao Shirlai also held a very large share of the profits. The appearance of the smoke cloud powder had brought with it a huge profit, even beginning to squeeze out the market for similar types of pills in the entire East Heaven region. The others were all shocked. It was just a small competition, but the stakes were actually so large. Wasn't this a little too hasty? But thinking about it carefully, with Yin Zhaoge's background, what else of Zhao Shirlie's could there be that Yin Zhaoge would be interested in? Thinking about it this way, everyone felt at ease, just that they could not help but feel emotional in their hearts. With such an awesome father, it really was comfortable. As for my wager, I believe that Prince Jean will also be very interested in it. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, the low-grade spirit artifact, the radiant sun wheel appearing before him. Zhao Shirlai blurted out, "Xiao Shun's radiant sun wheel." The others were all greatly shocked. The Sacred Sun Clan's Xiao Shun's protective spirit artifact? How could it be? How could it be on Yin Zhaoge? Could it be? Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "Xiao Shun was defeated by me, so this thing naturally became my spoils of war. I will use this to gamble with Prince Jean. It should be enough, right?" Zhao Shirlie's breathing became heavy. Even for him, a martial grandmaster, a spirit artifact, was also an extremely rare treasure. His share in the Eastern Tang's economy was not only of economic value, but also related to the long-term issue of the throne in the future. It was very hard to accurately compare the value of the two. However, that spirit artifact was Xiao Shun's. Now that it had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands, to Xiao Shun, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If Zhao Shirlai could help him get it back, it would undoubtedly be a huge favor. Not mentioning Xiao Shun, the person standing behind him was the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan. It was just that, seeing that Yin Zhaoge knew that Zhao Hao's alchemy skills were very high, yet still dared to propose such a wager, Zhao Shirlai could not help but feel uneasy. How much confidence did he have to dare to face such difficulties head-on? Logic told Zhao Shirlai that it would be best not to gamble with Yin Zhaoge. The others were also looking at Yin Zhaoge in shock. They had not thought that the late outer aura stage, Xiao Shan, would actually lose to Yin Zhaoge. Only Zhao Hao seemed to have completely not realized what it meant for Yin Zhaoge to have seized Xiao Shan's radiant sun wheel, as he still had a look of mild disdain on his face. Perhaps he understood the meaning behind it, but still did not see it in his eyes. Zhao Shirlai's intention to make use of him, he might have understood it, but he similarly did not mind it. In the future, he would naturally repay him. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Hao let out a cold snort. Broad Creek Mountain. Someone from Broad Creek Mountain? Uncle Gene, since he wants to gamble. Then let's do it, Zhao Hao said calmly, before flicking his sleeve, a small, intricate pill furnace directly landing on the ground. Within the pill furnace, a small ember shot up without any prior warning. Some faint green smoke rising in the air, actually gradually condensing into the image of mountains and rivers. Seeing this scene, the others were all somewhat at a loss. Old Mr. Wang, however, abruptly opened his eyes wide. Zhao Shirlai's eyes lit up. Talented, willful, arrogant, but the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth drew back slightly. But he's also stupid enough. Chapter 53. A phenomenon caused by the smoke from the pill furnace? Old Mr. Wang stared at the small pill furnace on the ground, his eyes wide. This is something that can only happen when one's attainments in alchemy have reached the point of perfection. His alchemy skills were firmly within the top 3 in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and it was only by chance that he could cause such a phenomenon to occur. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head to look at Zhao Hao. Previously at the Pill Pavilion, you didn't bring out all your skills? Zhao Hao smiled proudly. Now, it might not be all. Old Mr. Wang choked for a moment before asking, last time, when I asked 16th Prince about his master, 16th Prince had always been unwilling to tell me. I wonder if you could tell me now? This old man has no other intentions. I only wish to meet that expert. Zhao Hao said mildly. I said before that no one taught me alchemy. I cultivated it myself. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Being contradicted, old Mr. Wang was not angered, only shaking his head and sighing. If 16th Prince is unwilling to say, this old man cannot force him. He swiveled his head to look at Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, sighing. The first prince and the third prince's alchemy skills were personally taught by this old man. This old man is also well aware of their level. Amongst those of the same age, it can also be considered rare. Just that, sigh. Old Mr. Wang did not finish his words, but everyone could hear the unspoken meaning in his words. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge, intentionally or otherwise. As the old man saw it, having said this much, it was actually already a very obvious hint to Yin Zhaoge. If Zhao Yuan and Zhao Hao competed in alchemy, there would be no wins or losses. If Yin Zhaoge insisted on the bet, it would be as good as giving the Radiant Sun Wheel to Zhao Shirlai for free. In Mr. Wang's opinion, let alone Zhao Yuan, even if Yin Zhaoge personally participated, he would definitely not be able to beat Zhao Hao in alchemy. After all, he had never heard of Yin Zhaoge being proficient in the art of alchemy. As one of the great sacred grounds of the world, Broad Creek Mountain naturally did not lack divine alchemists. Yin Zhaoge's heritage might have a few tricks up his sleeves, but the chances of him beating Zhao Hao were too slim. Because according to old Mr. Wang's predictions, other than some techniques that he was temporarily unable to use due to his low cultivation base, Zhao Hao's alchemy skills were already comparable to any divine alchemist in the world. Yin Zhaoge was silent for a moment, seeming to indeed hesitate as he raised his head to look at Zhao Shirlai. What does your Highness Prince Jean think? Zhao Shirlai narrowed his eyes and slowly said, with something to liven things up, this competition is naturally more meaningful. If Zhaoge insists on gambling, then this king will accompany you. Staring at him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. All right, let's do it then. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's smile, Zhao Shirlai vaguely felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he said, what we are competing in is alchemy skills, not who has unique and precious elixirs or elixir recipes. Everyone can just concoct the same simple pill together. The overall evaluation is based on the speed, the quality of the pill, and the amount of medicinal dregs left. First is the quality, then the speed, and finally, how many medicinal ingredients are used. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, knowing that Zhao Shirlai was afraid that he would provide some secret pill of Broad Creed Mountain for Zhao Yuan to keep up appearances. His worry was not without reason, but Yin Zhaoge did not need Broad Creed Mountain's pills to leak out. He had read many pill recipes from the Divine Palace's collection, many of which were top-grade pills. However, from the start, Yin Zhaoge had also not intended to use this method. Zhao Hao still maintained an indifferent attitude. It's fine. Even if it's a competition of who can ultimately concoct a higher and better pill, I will also accompany you. Hearing his words, Zhao Shirlai glanced at Zhao Hao. This kid was currently also gradually giving him a feeling of threat, but also more like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Yin Zhaoge shot Zhao Hao a sidelong glance, thinking the smoke cloud powder was indeed made by you. Although it was a little strange, and he could not be 100% certain, the more Yin Zhaoge looked at him, the more he felt that this Zhao Hao's figure vaguely overlapped with that of a person who had already been buried in the annals of history, a legend. Arrogant, unresigned to being beneath others, unbridled and unbridled, showing off his abilities. The martial saint of the past, supreme in the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of the sword, the pill fire, divine sword Gaozha. Without a doubt, the smoke cloud powder that had suddenly appeared in the Eastern Tang market now originated from Zhao Hao. Because they had interacted with the pill pavilion before, Zhao Shirlai and old Mr. Wang had come to know of his superb alchemy skills. The king of the Eastern Tang kingdom definitely knew of this as well. However, in his opinion, it was a good thing that he had another talented son. Naturally, he was happy to see it happen. At this moment, perhaps they only thought that Zhao Hao had a fortuitous encounter, or that he had been hiding his strength all along. However, he did not expect that the body of the 16th prince, who used to be ordinary and unremarkable, had changed into another soul. He was a reincarnated saint state expert. But why do I feel so stupid? Yin Zhaoge was a little speechless, feeling very curious. Was it because he was used to being high and mighty in the past, that he was unable to adjust to the differences brought about by the change in his identity? Had he not adapted to the current situation? Or did he not want to adapt at all? In any case, he was really dumb. The elixir fire divine sword Gao might have been arrogant in the past, but to be able to reach such heights, he shouldn't be so stupid, right? But to me, the more stupid you are, the better. Yin Zhaoge actually didn't care whether Gao Zhe was reincarnated or not. However, it was rumored that he was not friendly towards Broad Creed Mountain. From Zhao Hao's earlier words and actions, Yin Zhaoge could also vaguely feel this. This was the reason why he was standing by Zhao Shirlai's side and challenging him. While he didn't understand the reason, since the other party dared to challenge him, Yin Zhaoge didn't mind it in the slightest as he sent a slap flying back. It was already said earlier that we would be competing in pill concoction techniques. Naturally, it wouldn't involve the level of the pill or pill formulas. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. Let's directly begin. Zhao Hao was not polite at all, opening the furnace first. That smoke that resembled mountains and rivers converged, resembling the real world, containing the medicinal ingredients and slowly returning them to the furnace. Everything seemed like a dream. Zhao Hao began concocting pills, the smoke rising unceasingly, the scene of mountains and rivers appearing on the surface of the furnace once more. Everyone could only see the changing of the mountains and the sea, as though the vast ocean had turned into mulberry fields in an instant. Not waiting for them to regain their wits, Zhao Hao clapped his palm high into the air, the smoke completely returning to the pill furnace once more. The next moment, the furnace fire was extinguished. Everyone was taken aback. It's over. Zhao Hao's gaze swept over Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shirlai, and old Mr. Wang, as he said casually, "You guys go ahead and check. It's good that you know what's good." His gaze paused on Yin Zhaoge for a moment longer, the ridicule within the depths of his gaze growing stronger. The pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was the most ordinary healing pill on the market. After the appearance of the smoke cloud powder, it had already been pushed to the point where there was no market for it. However, after checking it, Zhao Shilai and old Mr. Wang were both shocked. The healing pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was actually almost on the same level as the ordinary smoke cloud powder. Old Mr. Wang sighed. The smoke cloud powder that the pill pavilion was currently selling was also divided into different grades. At the very top, it had always been the batch that Zhao Hao had concocted regularly. Now that the healing pill that Zhao Hao had concocted was almost on the same level as the smoke cloud powder that others had concocted, the old man could only sigh in admiration once more. As for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, their expressions were both gloomy. They really couldn't afford to directly admit defeat just like this. However, if they were to compete, the result would only be even more humiliating. Zhao Yuan unconsciously looked towards Yin Zhaoge, but still felt despair. First, not mentioning whether or not Yin Zhaoge could beat Zhao Hao in alchemy. Even if he could, it would also be impossible for Yin Zhaoge to compete in his place. And alchemy was also not something that could be raised by a few words of guidance in an instant. No matter how one looked at it, there was no hope of winning this competition.